Well, a good evening, race fans here in the stands and also watching at home. We are live streaming on YouTube. Tonight is our Military Appreciation Night featuring the modifieds, the crate sportsman, the four cylinders, and the rookie sportsman. We will begin momentarily with our hot lap sessions, starting with the sportsmen, then the rookies, modifieds, and four cylinders. Again, post time 6:30 for our first green flag of the evening. For you folks watching at home, live streaming, you will notice some new features throughout the evening. We will talk you through that and show you as we pop different things up and off the screen, and you also see some other segments. We will show you some driver profiles, some of the principles from 2 weeks ago here at the Speedway, highlights of the action as well from 2 weeks ago to fill any downtime that we may have. And we want to thank everybody joining us in person on what is a kind of an unseasonably chilly and breezy Memorial Day weekend, Saturday night at the races. If you are getting chilly, lots of good hoodies and sweatshirts available at the New Egypt Speedway merchandise stand located right underneath the announcing tower. Also down there, Harry Meeks, his wife Franny, running the photo and video booth tonight. If you have ordered any pictures, Harry has them in stock. You can check out the photos from the last couple of weeks' action.
That's right. We got the New Egypt Speedway apparel below the main grandstand underneath the announcer's tower down here. And right next to that, of course, Harry Meeks and his lovely wife running the photo booth, as Jim was telling you about. The snack shack is located near the main entrance on that side of the same run there next to the apparel. And right directly across from our concessions, our main concessions. Sportsman will be out first tonight, the crate sportsman, for their hot laps. A little different. We're preparing the track to try, if possible, and tonight is definitely possible, not to have to pack the track in and put more laps on the track. So we're going to bring out the groups. Rather than stage them in the infield, we're going to bring them out from the backstretch, bring them out on the track, and run their hot lap session. First session out there, that is Ryan Marr, former rookie champion here in the number 51. Dylan Morris in the 34 right there. New paint scheme on that car, going to yellow this year. Glenn McIntyre in the Hugs for Brady number 88. Tia Almec is out in the finish line automotive number 38. She hails out of Highland Park, New Jersey. I'm sorry, Highland Lakes, New Jersey. John Scarpati Jr. in the Scarpati Auto Parts number S2. And pulling up on the backstretch, the A. Yaros Industries number 41 is Nick Van Wickel. On the front straightaway, the Shockwave Racing Technologies SRT number 92. That is George Garris, the 92 junior of George Garris Jr. And the 715 out on the Speedway if you're watching us on YouTube. Mark Beam in the 715. That is the Millie's Plumbing Services number 715. Checkered flag coming out on the first set of hot laps for the evening. That is the first session for the crate 602 Sportsman. And they will head down the ramp. Believe we will have 3 sessions for them. And we'll see if they send the rookies out separately. There are only 3 rookies with us tonight. The top 3 in points. They were 1, 2, and 3 the first time we raced. They'll run 2 features tonight. Behind on amount of races for them. The Service Tire and Truck Center 5W is Pat Wall. Wall, former champion here. Our defending champ in the Elegant Exteriors, number 20, that is Ryan Simmons. Mike Toth in the 89 going down into turn number 1. And right here on the front stretch in that number 55, that is Joe Nappy out of Howell, New Jersey. The 29J making his first appearance of the year, the Berglet Opticians number 29J. That is Cale Van Noort. And Lexi Wilson on the backstretch. Lexi in the Blaze Emergency Equipment number 1W as she comes down the front here in the black and pink Shockwave Racing Technology Blaze Emergency Equipment 1W. Mike Butler in this short load ready mix concrete 04. Checkered flag coming out on the crate Sportsman hot laps. Stephen Puglisi was also out there, our rookie champion last year in the number 43. Missed him somehow. He pulls in to go to the scale. Scale right there in the infield if you're for a first time here. A lot of cars like to get scaled, make sure that they're where they want to be. He's the only one electing to head to the scale after that second set of hot laps. Nick Leach, go to channel 3, please. Nick Leach, channel 3. Third set for the crate Sportsman. And Dan Fleming is the first car out on the Speedway in the number 17. Fleming in the Flemington Auto Body, number 17. Next car coming down the front straightaway, the 32C, the G&T Erectors 32C of David Malozar. Then coming out of turn 4, only a second time here, and he really didn't get any laps the first time he was here. In the Bohanka Toyota of Salisbury, number 69, that is Jammin' James Hill out of Laurel, Delaware. The A-Plus Spray Foam Installation number 18, the winner here back in March in the first race we ran this year, a non-point race, that was Ryan Heim in the number 18. Matt Ellery is in the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill number 29. Right in front of him, the Premio Sausage 72 is Steve Davis. And the car you thought was Steve Davis is old number 13, Premio number 13. That is Tommy Klimkowski. Tommy Klimkowski, after taking a year off, is back with us in the number 13. So that session complete. And for those of you here, I know they had started running. That is Tommy Klimkowski in the former Steve Davis number 13. He purchased that car. He'll get his own wrap on it eventually, but right now getting out and on the track as quickly as possible, and he is in the number 13 tonight.
Give it to our track crew. It rained every day this week. We didn't get any sunshine until a little bit yesterday afternoon, and today they've had sun, wind, and all sorts of different conditions. It's cold outside, and the track looks fantastic tonight. One of those elbows up, hammer down, high speed racing that you know to come and love here at New Egypt.
Final hot lap session. This is the rookie hot lap session. 2 cars staying out. Actually, Ethan Bill coming out in the 14. The Izzy Trucking Ring in 14. James Hill, first time here. He wanted to get a couple more laps in. The rookies out there, Aiden Spencer in the 921. Chris Bergstrom is in the 3, and Hunter Plosky is in the number 27. They were the top 3 the first time we raced. And they are the 3 rookies on hand here this evening. All right, checkered flag out. The cars head back to the pit area. Modifieds heading out. First of a couple hot lap, probably 3 hot lap sessions, I would believe, for them. We'll see how many they send out in each one. We have 20 modifieds here. Johnny Bangs is the first car on the Speedway. He drives the Valco wheels number 323, the 323 here on the front straightaway. The plain yellow car, that is technically the 5J, and it has a decal on it. Very small, looks like a black dot, but it's a 5J. But that is a brand new car for Joe Brown. Joseph Brown. New car just finished about an hour before he came here tonight. Joe from just up the road here, Cream Ridge. Brian Cool out of Flemington is in the 37. Right behind him out of South Brunswick is the 7 of Chris Garback. Jack Butler is in the Reed Sod Farm number 5. Butler hails out of Phillipsburg, New Jersey. And then some new sheet metal on his car as well. He had a hard wreck here last time. That is the 13T of Anthony Tramontana. Tramontana makes the tow from Vineland here every week. Down in South Jersey, a couple more cars on the track over here in turn number 4. The Hoffman Racing Products number 27 on Prime Design Landscape. That is Tanner Van Doren, TVD Tanner Van Doren. And the 27, the Bel Air Transport 27, is Frank Venezia. Venezia out of Fairfield, New Jersey. Tanner Van Doren out of Schnex. And Van Doren's got a problem here on the front straightaway. Van Doren out of Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, and he quickly pulls to the infield. Something wrong in the 27. He never got up to speed. Looks like it's idling, no problem. He'll wait to cross the track. Well, actually, he's going to go to the scale while he's here.
Oh, we were talking about all the rain this week. You can see how hammered down the track is, and we do not have any sprint cars here. Usually those big right rears on the sprint cars like to kind of shine up the track once in a while or slow it down or dry it out. No sprint cars here tonight. If the track stays like this, we are in for a treat throughout the racing program. More modifieds coming out onto the Speedway. And cast your attention to the backstretch right underneath the New Aegis Speedway sign. If that doesn't take you back about 25 years, Pete, I don't know what does.
Well, that's correct. I see Joseph Brown has stayed out in the yellow car. That's his brand new car. He'll get some extra laps on that car to see, got everything working here. Right behind him on the backstretch, a 26R of Corey Cormier out of Otisville, New York. Jim Houseworth is in the McNichol number 72. Over on the backstretch, the CNS equipment number 6. That is Danny Buck, the winner the last time we raced. Davey Sammons is in the 79. Kevin Borden is in the 928. John Almick with us out of Highland Lakes, New Jersey. He's in the 38. The R10, as Jim Murdoch was talking about, that is the Flying Farmer, Wade Hendrickson, in the Rio Brothers R10. Toner Cable Equipment, the sponsor on that car. Checkered flag coming out. Beautiful looking R10 for Wade Hendrickson. That is definitely a throwback to about 25 years ago. And that car, of course, owned by the Rio Brothers Racing. A Bicknell Racing Products chassis under the hood. And their big sponsor on the side of the car, Toner Cable Equipment Incorporated out of Horsham, Pennsylvania.
Big news. We'll give it to you guys and gals in the crowd. Breaking news. Billy Pouch Jr. is calling New Aegis Speedway home for the rest of this season if all goes well. So here he comes right here in that beautiful number 1. Welcome home, Billy Pouch.
That's right. We love to have Billy here. He's part of our fabric here at New Egypt Speedway. He drives the Marvels Portable Welding, number 1, also sponsored by Pioneer Pole Building. Dakota Kessler, a late arrival, giving us 21 modifieds. He's in the 449. He's not missing a week. That is his 3rd straight week here racing. Paul Mancini out of New Gretna's in the blue number 7M. Mancini Custom Homes. Brian Godown is in the 26. Dominic Buffalino is in the 3V. Buffalino getting a lot of right rear bite in the car. You can tell because the left front wheel keeps coming off the ground. They come down the front here. White flag is out. Billy Pouch Jr. coming off at turn number 4. Ryan Godown, our winner here in week number 1. Of course, he is a 6-time champion, including the last 2 years. As the checkered flag falls, the complete modified hot laps for the evening. Coming into tonight, Danny Buck, the point leader. Our winner last week by 6 points over Ryan Godown, the winner the first week. Ryan Krachin, who had invaded, was 3rd in points. He is not here tonight, so he will drop back. Paul Mancini, Jack Butler, and Billy Pouch Jr. all tied for what essentially now is 3rd place in points coming in this evening.
Well, Pete, a host of 4 cylinders in the pit area. Eric Degler in that yellow, red, and black number 19. Bobby Drayton the 4th with the patriotic American flag off the back. The 1NJ. We will get a name on the 1NJ. A newcomer. Well, we have our lineup, so I'll be able to. Danny Cook.
No, it's not her.
Oh.
1NJ.
Eric.
It's the only number 1.
So we've got Eric Degler in the number 1 and Shane Geist in the 19. That could be the Eric Degler car from 2 weeks ago with a new driver in it. The 7K, or 7X, is Jim Avery. First time here this year, I believe. Black number 70, John Chalella out of Forked River. The 6, Dale Moe from Jackson. The 7X is Jim Avery. There's another 7 out there. The other 7R is Danny Cook from Cookstown. That's easy to remember. Here comes Jim Avery. Oh, and he goes for the spin cycle as the announcer's curse strikes early tonight. But another big field of 4 cylinders, 18 strong. We had 19 2 weeks ago, 18 here tonight. 4 cylinders, a very prominent division here at the Speedway in 2025. They will have a pair of heat races, 6 laps each, and they'll come back with a 15-lap feature a little bit later on. And that big 4-cylinder race, I believe, has been rescheduled to mid-June. That SCDRA 4 cylinders, they run up in the Capital region and the Twin Tiers region. They are coming back, and we still expect over 40 cars. And the Touring Series will challenge our locals as Tanner Van Doren back out in the number 27 to try to fix that problem where he pulled off and was idling, as Pete mentioned, down in the infield. But yes, if you are a 4-cylinder fan, and there are a lot of them, you want to be here for that mid-June rescheduled SCDRA 4-cylinder event, which pays $2,500 to win. Again, the biggest 4-cylinder field in the history of New Egypt dirt, expected in a couple weeks in mid-June. For you folks at home, we have a second camera angle we are just testing out on the backstretch tower. Frankie Willie behind the lens of the backstretch camera. Up in the grandstands is Ryan Beckman, and we've got Dustin behind the control panel as our producer and director. Another group of 4 cylinders coming out. Dom the Bomb Antonelli in the 88, the Bomb Squad back with us in Section 5. Prime Rib Racing returning to New Egypt Speedway with Kyle Hurley. He was out at a wedding 2 weeks ago. That's your champion, Kyle Hurley, in the number 23. The 88B, Justin Benz out of Jackson. And there's Papa Drayton, Bobby Drayton, Sr. in the X09. He was your principal from 2 weeks ago, picking up the victory. And we've got the Dunn boys and girls. They brought a fleet of 4 cylinders, as they do each and every week. Penny Dunn in the 51P and Robbie Dunn in the 51. Justin Dunn, a feature winner this year in the 69. Kelly Fleming is in the purple and black 44. There's Kelly Fleming. The 03 is Scotty Dunn. White flag comes out for our final session of warm-ups. Problems for the 88B. Justin Benz, one of our fast up-front competitors with a problem. Looks like he's got a right front issue, and that car does not want to turn. I think the right front is broken on the 88B. He might need a tow in the infield. He might need a tow truck down to that 88B in the infield, because it looks like that right front has come up lame. So, Pete, our hot lap sessions are complete. We got about a half hour before post time. The track crew will walk over the racing surface. So, for you folks at home, good chance to get something to eat, pop something in the microwave, or fire up the grill. Here in the stands, we have a new concession item tonight, a prime rib sandwich, homemade. And it looked fantastic. I didn't get it yet, but I will get one before the night's over if supplies last. And we will be doing something special for our military members and veterans before we get underway tonight. So, folks, if you are an active or retired member of the military, we might need you down front at about 6:20, just a heads up, because we have a special presentation for all the men and women in the stands that have signed up to fight for our country or who were placed there by luck of the draw. So, again, this is our salute to our military night on Memorial Day weekend, the biggest weekend in racing in the world. And we thank you so very much for sharing a slice of your holiday with us here in New Egypt. Pete, you have some other announcements you're going through up here in the tower as we see what else is going on tonight. Great group of sponsors this year. Chris Moore has done an excellent job, as he always has in his career, of really lining us up with sponsors. And Pete's going to tell you about some of the people behind the scenes that make New Egypt Speedway possible. Pete, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. And tonight, of course, is Military Appreciation Night. We want to thank Izzy Rigging and Trucking for being our sponsor of Military Appreciation Night. The first 100 military members received free grandstand admission today thanks to our great friends at Izzy Rigging and Trucking. The rigging team at Izzy comprises years of experience and dedication with many members there for over 25 years. They specialize in machinery moving, millwright, mechanical services, plant relocations, tough-to-tackle installations, and removals of any size equipment. For more information, go to izzyrigging.com. Of course, tonight, the Crate Sportsman here, they are the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Swagger Factory Apparel coming on as the title sponsor for the Crate Sportsman this year. And they bring you top-notch race gear crafted with precision and style. With a legacy of over 20 years in the industry, our mission is to provide race enthusiasts with premium products that embody the essence of speed and quality. Swagger Factory Apparel provided New Egypt Speedway with our official shirts and the infield fire suit. Go to www.swaggerfactory.com to learn more. And our rookies are sponsored by Fastline Performance. Fastline Performance is a full shock repair center located in Chadwicks, New York. From Louisiana to Delaware to right here in New Jersey and up to New York and the Northeast, Fastline is your home for race-winning shocks. Whether they be Fox, Penske, DIG, Bilstein, or Integra, like Fastline Performance on Facebook to learn more. And of course, XDP, Extreme Diesel Performance, sponsors our Street Stock division. Street Stocks are off tonight. But XDP is a leading retailer, distributor, and manufacturer of top quality OE, OER, and aftermarket diesel parts and accessories. Strategically positioned across the United States, XDP houses one of the largest and most diverse diesel-specific inventories in the industry. For the last 20 years, XDP has proudly served the diesel community and diesel industry across North America and Canada. You can visit them on the web at www.extremediesel.com. That starts with the X, not with the E. Extremediesel.com. That's how extreme is spelled in XDP, Extreme Diesel Performance. The Roost Restaurant sponsors our caution flags, and when the caution flag waves, it is the Roost Restaurant caution flag. The Roost Restaurant is a local American restaurant located 10 minutes down the road in Cream Ridge, New Jersey at the Cream Ridge Golf Course. They offer a dependable team, 3 experienced owners, and a beautiful and relaxing atmosphere. Visit theroostrestaurant.com or visit their Facebook page to learn more about going and eating at the Roost Restaurant. Folks, directly under the announcer's tower on the back of the main grandstand is our apparel stand. All new for 2025 New Egypt Speedway apparel from Bob Hilbert Sportswear is available at the merchandise stand located behind the grandstands right next to the sweet shop. They have t-shirts are $25, hoodies $40, hats are $25, and blankets are $30. And you can also shop for it online at bobhilbert.store for any New Egypt Speedway apparel. So if you're watching online, you can go right to bobhilbert.store and shop for your New Egypt Speedway apparel right from the comfort of your home while watching our broadcast on YouTube. And we are streaming every Saturday night live here on YouTube. Be sure and subscribe to our YouTube page for free. We stream for free, allowing diehard fans and new fans alike the opportunity to experience Saturday nights at the D-Shaped Oval. We want to thank everybody who's online already. If you have not subscribed already, please be sure and subscribe. That allows us to continue forward. The more subscribers we have, the better our sponsors view this and the more we can provide for free going forward. You will also see from time to time tonight during the broadcast, and it's going to come up now, our QR code, which you can see at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen now. Now, that QR code you can use to donate if you would like to donate, and all that money for the donations goes to our streaming effort here to try to make it better, whether it's new cameras and additional camera angles or coming up with new technology to put a banner across the screen with the top connecting to our transponder system so you can see the running order all the time, and other great graphics and different things we can do. Also, if you would like to sponsor, contact the Speedway. You can contact Chris at the Speedway office during the week. Our phone number at the Speedway is 609-758-1900, and you can call that during the weekend. Even if you get the machine, you can leave a message, and Chris will get back to you. We have sponsorship opportunities for our YouTube stream. Be sure and subscribe. We'll hear that a lot tonight. We're still new at this, and I know the viewers are new. We want to make sure you subscribe. A lot easier to find us each week when you want to watch it, and you can go back and watch any of our content at any time. So if you have to sign off and go do something or go out and go to a previous engagement, you can go back on and watch the rest of the stream at your convenience. And we also you'll see Nick Leach doing a lot of streaming content on there as well, with interviews before the races with different race teams and interviews with the winners at their trailers, more in depth than in Victory Lane, along with some other top finishers of the evening. So a lot of great content available to you on our YouTube channel. So be sure and subscribe and go back to it whenever you want to see anything that has happened here. We want to thank Marcus's Barbershop. They have sponsored our Kids Club, as the Kids Club is back here in 2025. Goodies, toys, and giveaways will take place throughout the year at the Marcus's Barbershop Kids Club. And additionally, one kid who signs in will be selected as the Kids Club Fan of the Night, receiving a ride in the pace truck, a free checkered flag from the novelty stand, and a $10 coupon for the concession stand. Another young fan will also receive a coupon for a free haircut at Marcus's Barbershop. Make sure to take the kids 11 and under to sign in at the Kids Club on the Turn 4 side of the main grandstand. And folks, as we edge closer to start time here, if you're in the mood for food, head on over to see Cindy at the main concessions right behind the tower. Try anything from the delicious menu, including hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken fingers, cheesesteaks, sausage sandwiches, and more. And wash your delicious meal down with ice-cold Pepsi-Cola products. Tonight's special is a prime rib sandwich au jus, available with or without cheese. That sounds really good. Upcoming events next Saturday night, it is Scout Night here at the New Egypt Speedway. We will have the Modifieds, the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. The XDP Street Stocks will be back, as will the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars. And, of course, the Fastline Performance Rookies will be back. They will run just about every night coming up here for the remainder of their season with all the rainouts. Coming up in 2 weeks from tonight, that is Saturday, June 7th, is Neon Night. Modifieds, Swagger Factory Apparel, Crate Sportsman, the Mass 305 Sprint Cars will be back. They were just here a couple of weeks ago. The four cylinders, these same four cylinders you're seeing here tonight, along with the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars and the Fastline Performance Rookies. And then on Saturday, June 14th, it's Inzinger Performance Little League Night. Modifieds, Swagger Factory Apparel, Crate Sportsman, four cylinders, and Fastline Performance Rookies, very similar. Matter of fact, exactly the same as tonight's show. And that is the rescheduled night. So I wanted to get to that. Instead of our normal four-cylinder division, which you'll see here tonight, That will be the rescheduled event for the SCDRA 4 cylinders, the traveling group that travels around the Northeast. And that reschedule actually works very well, as they will be at the Georgetown Speedway the night before in Delaware, so the drivers from far away have a reason to come and run 2 races back-to-back in 2 straight nights here on Friday the 13th and then here on Saturday the 14th. They typically bring more than 40 cars with them, and you have a lot of 4-cylinder groups from around this area, or just tracks that run 4 cylinders. So you have the New Egypt ones here, of course. They run them down in Delaware as a Delmarva Chargers. There's a lot of different 4-cylinder divisions, and we are expecting a very, very large field of those SCDRA 4 cylinders, and we are excited for that. And I'm even more excited because I'll get to announce them 2 nights in a row, and I'll know some of them by the time they get here on Saturday.
Yeah, our 4 cylinders, it'll be a non-point show, but they are welcome to compete against the touring series. As you mentioned, a lot of them are up in the Capital District, the Twin Tiers area, the Pencan, Thunder Mountain area. Tons of 4 cylinders up in New York State. And you can see our division here in New Jersey with the 3 tracks continues to grow as well. I believe we have the highest car count out of any of the New Jersey tracks weekly with our 4 cylinders right here, right in front of you. So we may, and I'm going to say may, get a passing sprinkle, believe it or not, in the next 5 minutes. So just a heads up, if you feel any liquid sunshine, we are expecting it. We are ready for it. It's a very brief passing light shower in the next 5 minutes. Hopefully it won't hold us up from our 6:30 post time, but if it does, we are ready. We know it's coming, and it looks to be very quickly moving in and out.
Well, and I do like the fact that Mother Nature is helping us out by bringing it through before we start. Looks like it's going to be very light when it comes through.
Oh, you're the best. Thank you.
Hey, there's a rainbow over there off turn number 3. If you're looking around over the New Egypt Speedway sign, someone should get a picture of that.
There's a bunch of photographers here tonight. Bobby Armbruster, Harry Meeks, Jim Brown, some others out here. If you want to grab a nice rainbow shot right over the New Egypt Speedway billboard. You could say the track is the pot of gold, Pete.
I have no idea who this guy is.
Yeah, we have a midweek show coming up next month in June. Pete will get you more information on that momentarily, but the Short Track Super Series with the modifieds and the Sportsman divisions will be back in a couple of weeks. That'll be a Tuesday night show, if I'm not mistaken here. And Pete is going to tell you all about that in just a little bit. Again, big month of June scheduled here. It just feels like we haven't gotten the season started yet in a rhythm with all of the rain in the Northeast. It's not just here in New Jersey, folks. Tracks, Pennsylvania, New York, Midwest, everywhere have been fighting with Mother Nature. Luckily here, it hasn't been too destructive like some other areas. Kentucky's been getting nailed. Likewise with Illinois and Tennessee, but we're getting April showers continuing into May showers here. But we are looking for a incredibly fast racing surface tonight. Total 180 from what we saw last week. It was hot, 2 weeks ago. Real hot. Wind, no clouds. Track dried out a little bit. Was great for the features, but this is going to be a hammer down, elbows up type of track. If you like that kind of racing, if you like the old school New Egypt, if you remember what you saw here when we first opened up, I have a feeling it's going to be a lot like that. So, Pete, you've got some more information on that midweek show coming up with the Short Track Super Series.
Well, that's right. The Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco will be here on Tuesday, June 24th for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds and the Short Track Super Series South Region Crate 602 Sportsman. Point races for both series. Jammin' James Hill, who's here from Delaware tonight, is currently one of the co-point leaders of the Short Tracks South Region points and is looking forward to that race here. And one of the reasons he made the tow here, like the looks of the facility already, said he was always disappointed that the one time he was here he had motor issues and couldn't get a good lap down. Actually he doesn't know if he ever got a lap at speed on the track, so he did get him tonight in hot laps and he looked pretty smooth. We'll see how he fares. He is a fast runner. James Hill telling me beforehand that he has started the season off with 3 straight third-place finishes, and in his last 3 races, he's finished second. So now he's hoping to start a run of 3 straight first-place finishes if the pattern would continue. Well, that's a pretty heck of a good season, good start to a season with 6 races, and you got 3 thirds and 3 seconds. That's good in anybody's book. So yes, the Short Track Super Series will make its yearly stop here, and that is coming up on Tuesday, June 24th. That is about a month away or a little less. All right, and you can see some liquid sunshine falling here. This should be short-lived. And we'll may delay our start slightly. Once again, 4 divisions in competition tonight if you count the Fastline. Talking. The Fastline Performance Rookie feature will be the first race on the card when we start. That'll be 8 laps. Then we'll have 2 4-cylinder heat races. Handicap in the first 12 starting spots out of each heat race into the feature. Then we'll go with our 3 modified heats. With 21 cars here, we'll have 7 in each heat, and the top 5 will get handicapped. For the top 15 starting spots in tonight's feature. Then after those 3 modified heats, we will go to the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman heat races. There will be 3 of those. Top 5 will get handicapped into their feature event for the first 15 starting spots. It does say that 6 will qualify. There are 24 crates, but you add the 3 rookies and they will start at the back of each heat. There's 3 of them, so each one will start at the back of a different heat race. So that does give us 27 cars. following that heat race, those crate heat races will be the 4-cylinder feature event, which will be 15 laps. Then after an intermission period, we will go with the Fastline Performance second rookie feature of 8 laps to start it off, and then we will do the modified 30-lap feature and the 25-lap Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman feature. And folks, if you are tuned in on YouTube, we just got a little shower. It's been showering here for maybe 3-4 minutes. And hopefully we'll be out of here in the next few minutes. So we are a little bit on delay here. We'll have our opening ceremonies once the track gets worked back in. But we're going to go to a couple of spots here. So stay tuned in. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. And we'll see you back here live on our free YouTube stream in just a few moments.
All right, XTP driver questions of the week, me and Amy, and that's Extreme Diesel Performance, brought to you by Extreme Diesel Performance. Dominic Antonelli, you got to get a little closer, pal. I know you want everybody to see this nice uniform you got. 10 questions, Dom. You ready?
Yep.
What's your hometown?
Jackson, New Jersey.
Jackson, New Jersey. Down there by Great Adventure. Why do you race at New Egypt Speedway, Dom?
Atmosphere.
The atmosphere?
Yep.
And you create the atmosphere,
We
too.
try.
You got it, brother. What is your favorite racetrack besides New Egypt?
Bridgeport quarter mile, the inner track.
The inner track.
Yep. Friday nights.
Oh, really?
Friday nights. Yep.
Okay. Who is your favorite race car driver?
I would have to say Tony Stewart.
Okay.
He doesn't take no shit.
At this point, I know you were a drag racer, now you're a circle track racer. Favorite memory racing wise?
First win in 2019.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was
I
fun.
remember that.
Mom came down and gave her a big hug. That will stick with me forever.
There you go. Why do you do this?
Ooh, I ask myself that every night. It's fun. It's fun. What else you got to do? It's cheap. It's fun. That's pretty much it.
You make it fun, Tom.
Yeah, we have fun.
All right. What is your favorite ice cream?
Chocolate chip mint,
Right. Favorite food?
chicken parmesan,
Chicken parm. Favorite non-alcoholic beverage?
root beer.
Root beer, okay. Favorite alcoholic beverage? You better answer this right or you're going to get thrown out of Fred's. You lose your sponsor.
Garage beer for 100%.
All right, second best.
Jack and Coke cans.
Okay, Jack and Coke cans. Favorite TV show?
Ooh. 2.5 Men
All right, 2.5. I like that too. With Charlie Sheen or without?
with Charlie Sheen.
Okay. Dog or a cat?
Dog.
All right.
Take a ride through the pits. It's all kids. If you want to take a ride in the school bus, it's dry in the school bus. And not only that, but your driver is Billy Pouch Jr. He is going to drive the school bus through the pits right now. So, and it's open to any kids, even if you're not a member of the kids club. All kids can go during this shower we're having, and you can get to ride around in the pits in a dry bus with Billy Pouch Jr. showing you the pits.
All right, we're in here with Danny Buck. All I got to say is, what a race, man. I mean, you're sitting back there, you're running dirt. Billy's on the top. He's on the bottom to the middle, and you had to make that move, Dan.
Yeah, it was go time at that point. I played around with him long enough there on the bottom, and I just trying to be patient and see if something opened up there. And Billy had the top blocked, he had the bottom blocked. I thought about rolling the middle, but it was kind of, I could see it was pretty crumbed up there, and just had to go for it.
Billy said the top got loose, and he said, "Oh man, I'm going to lose this." And Billy thought, he said when he made that move, that was the move of the race. He knew that if he could have got Creighton first, he probably could have got after. But you were fast. You kept sticking your nose under there and sticking it under there and got it done. Creighton's not real happy right now, but of course he's not going to be happy. He probably thinks he probably could have won the race.
Yeah, they're great people. I like Ryan a lot, and Mike. They're good people, and I hate to push the issue that hard. I was not super rough with him, but I did have to kind of nudge him out of the way there. Kind of a textbook go-kart move there, kind of riching him up off the bottom when we had to go there. But I was just waiting for him to make a mistake, and he wouldn't. He kept opening his entry up there, and I'm like, one of these times I'm gonna have to stick my nose underneath there, and I didn't want to wreck him. I didn't want to have an issue like that. But we did good. We made the pass as clean as we could there. And kind of, I was on the guardrail, so I couldn't go any lower. So, just kind of stuck my nose in there and got him up the bottom, and got around both of them there at once. And that was probably a great race for the fans.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. I mean, you guys went at it for a while, and Ryan and Billy went at it for a while. Then you start sticking your nose in there. That was kind of like a Grandview move there. You can learn that at Grandview, tucking her in down the bottom and doing that. But Dan, you've raced there enough times. You told me this is what you were going to do when you came on the show, and we talked about it. Now, the track, what do you think?
Yeah, tonight it was good. It didn't start out very good, but they definitely turned it around there for the feature. Look, we were racing too wide there the whole race. It seemed like even in the heat races when the track wasn't good, we were we could able to pass. It went from 8th to 3rd in the heat. So, that's all we ask for. Don't matter if it's dusty, muddy, rough, slick, whatever it is, as long as we can pass. That's all we ask for. They're doing a good job with the track. It's a little dusty, but as long as the wind blows the right direction, man.
Absolutely.
Leslie just said that she's like, it was great. We could see the whole thing. The dust wasn't bad. It was blowing the right direction. So, it's good.
Anybody you want to thank, Dan?
Yeah, man. Craig and Leslie Pondas, CNS Equipment, Short Load Dave. Short Load Dave is pretty much the whole reason why I'm here.
Right.
He's been a huge supporter of mine, and he was giving me a ration of shit last year. You're never there. And every time I was here, the Sportsman were off or something, and so it's good to be parked next to them. He came tonight, even though the Sportsmen weren't running, and I'm glad we got him a win. And Man Miller Electric, My Place Smoked Meats, my buddy Glenn. He hopped on board this year, and Skanks Carpentry, all my crew, Michael. I've got a good crew of guys for once. It's probably why we're running good, because I've put them to the test. I wrecked a lot of stuff this year, and we've tore up a lot of motors and things like that. But we're putting it all together now.
Well, I know one guy that's sitting home watching TV, Mike Erico Sr., his son Mike. He said, "I just want Mike to get to victory lane." I don't think he thought it was going to happen this fast, but with a guy like you and the crew that you got and the sponsors you got, I knew it was coming.
Yeah, he's been a breath of fresh air for us for sure. We all my crew guys are definitely 60 plus, so it's good to have some young fresh meat, that knows their way around a race car. And we got another kid, Kyle. He's been helping me out too. I forgot to thank him in Victory Lane, one of Mikey Butler's crew guys. So we're passing him back and forth.
Right.
And it's good that I got great guys behind me, and it definitely makes it easier on me.
All right, Dan, keep it up, man. Championship form.
Thanks, brother.
All right.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Located in Langhorne, Belmont's is the home of the $60 synthetic oil change. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service. Here we go, 19 cars strong, ready to take the green flag. Penny Dunn, Justin Benz, Dom the Bomb, your front two rows. Double green flags are in the air. We're racing in the 4 cylinders. Justin Dunn jumps out to another lead. Oh, Drayton high against the outside wall. He's in the fence. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, scraping against the outside wall. Green comes back out, and we're back underway. Justin Dunn leading the pack of 4 cylinders back into turns 1 and 2. Dominic Antonelli, Eric Degler, Justin Benz battling hard for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Meanwhile, behind them, they're 3 wide in a couple of rows. Oh, hot to trot on the 4 cylinders on lap number 2. All sorts of sideways coming off of 4. We got a Joe Gary Sr. is slow on the outside in the 26. That kind of bottlenecked everybody. All eyes shifting to the front of the field through turn 2 and the backstretch. 10 laps in, still not even halfway yet, but Eric Degler is on a charge. Eric Degler has Justin Dunn in his sights. Yeah, Dunn picking the outside lane, and I don't know if it's going to work for him. Here comes Degler up the inside. Dunn able to hold his speed, but it gets awfully slick on that outside groove. Eric Degler, nose is ahead. Eric Degler with the lead. Dunn crisscrosses lines. He's going to try to charge back to the inside. Oh, they were close out of 4. Position, Bobby Drayton. Nose is ahead. Can he make it stick? Justin Dunn's momentum carries him back around for that 2nd position. He holds on for now. This time by, it'll be 10 laps to go. 10 to go for Eric Degler. The trioval going into turn number 3. Here comes Justin Dunn. It looked like Degler slowed that last lap. He's losing momentum out of turn 4. That's where Dunn closed up last time. Side by side, wheel to wheel for the lead. 3 laps to go, the top 3 under a blanket. A preview of next week's big 4-cylinder championship race. Through the trioval, into 3 and 4. Degler has it by a whisker. As Dunn slowed down, but there's some smoke coming out of Degler. Degler's got some smoke coming out of the right rear. That car pulls lame. The car slows down. Battle for the lead in front of him. Bobby Drayton with the lead. Justin Dunn now runs 2nd.
Final 2 turns for Bobby Drayton. Justin Dunn in tow, but about a 5-car length lead. Double checkered flags are out, and Bobby Drayton will take the win here, his 4th.
Getting ready to climb from the car. New Egypt Speedway, give him a hand. Folks at home, cheer at your TVs as well, because for the 4th time in his career, Bobby Drayton is your 4-cylinder feature winner.
Welcome back on YouTube on our stream. We want to thank you for hanging in with us here. The rain is stopping, the sun is out, just as we had said. It just rained a little harder than we thought during that probably 8 minutes of rain that we had. It was a little less than 10 minutes. And the track is already starting to come back in, but it will take probably another 10 to 15 minutes probably. We never took the equipment off the track, so that helped us out. But if you can see in some of these angles here, may not be able to see it on the stream, but the track is pretty wet, especially in certain places up on the outside. They've been working the middle of the track right now to keep that. Now they'll work their way both directions, inside and outside. Concession stands are open here at the track and have a pretty good line going right now. We want to thank all you fans for tuning in. If you did tune in, it started raining. We were scheduled to start at 6:30. It started raining around 6:10, and it ended probably about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Actually, it probably started raining around 6:15, 6:20.
All right, we're making our way down on the front stretch here. Again, show us your horrendous umbrellas, your ugliest umbrellas. Bring them down here. You'll go home with a copy of the Modified Championship Night from last year on DVD. So come on down here, bring your umbrellas. I saw a black polka dot one before. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's here. Just show this. Oh, look at the rust. This umbrella has rust, ladies and gentlemen. It's rusted out. This is a hazardous umbrella. What's your name?
Marilyn.
Marilyn, why do you still have this?
I keep it in my car.
I've got one too, but under piles and piles of trunk junk. So
I was going to say because it keeps her dry, but that's just me.
it works. So contestant number 1, Marilyn, with the rusted out polka dot. Oh, you got to bring this over here too. This is a lovely one. The Al Cheney's. Oh yeah, bring this out here. Oh, Big Al. I think you're going for some creative tie-dye on this, but that's just, yeah. What is this?
There's an explanation behind this. I came back in the gate, and the gentleman over here in the corner who writes everybody down, I think, for the parking spots, was standing there in the pouring rain. And I got out of my car, and I made him take this umbrella. That's how it wound up in here. I wasn't going to have one, but I said, take the umbrella. He's like, no, no, no. I'm like, dude, take the umbrella. Take it, here. So he finally took it, and then he brought it back to me. So that's how this wound up in here, and I'd never even remember this thing even looking like this. I used to work at a garage. We used to steal the umbrellas out of customers' cars. So we used to leave them there, send them to the scrapyard. I bring them to the racetrack, and I think Megan, didn't you have an umbrella of mine too? Yes. Anytime we went to the racetrack, I had 50 umbrellas in my trailer so that people could take them if the downpour on us. This must have been one of the leftover ones.
Well, Al, get right next to Merrill. We've got the there's about an 18-foot height difference here between the two of them. Oh, that's fantastic. All right, folks, get your own umbrellas. We got a copy of the Jimmy Horton thrilling win from Modified Championship Night in 2024. So a couple more minutes. Get lined up, and we'll vote on your ugliest umbrellas. I saw a nice purple one. That was too nice to enter in the contest. Somebody had that out before. So, yes, this is a great photo op. You guys got to get closer together. It's like the Guinness Book of Records with the difference here. All right, we'll get 2 more minutes. We'll put a 2-minute clock. It might be down to Big Al or Marilyn. So we'll give it about 2 more minutes here. And it will be by crowd vote. Crowd votes on this. Just want to wait in case we have a straggler. You never know if somebody found something in their 1991 Bronco out back.
I saw a clear one before.
Yeah, there was a clear one that looked like a bell. I don't know who had that, but if they could bring that one down, that was over in Section 5. 50/50's on sale too, folks, right now. 50/50's right in front of us. So if I don't see anybody else coming, we will have our crowd vote between Marilyn and Big Al. Bless you, Marilyn. Bless you. All right, line up. Extend it. All right, by round of applause, who has the ugliest umbrella this week? Big Al. Or Marilyn. Oh, it's not even close. It is not even close. Marilyn, enjoy. Here's a copy of Jimmy Horton's win. He was your favorite?
Yes, years ago. Well, he still is.
Were you here this night?
September 14th to 24. I might have been. I don't really remember.
He won.
A while ago.
He won that night. It was a thrilling and Exciting.
Health problem, so I might not have been here.
Well, congratulations. One more time, Maryland wins our ugliest umbrella tonight.
How about the ugliest fan? Me.
Jack says the ugliest. No, stop it, Jack. Come on. Don't be too hard on yourself. Yeah. Who's your favorite modified driver?
Modified driver? Billy Patch! Woo! Favorite sportsman? Glenn McIntyre! Woo! My son. Of
Oh, it's your son. Yes. As we mentioned as well, one of our longtime sponsors, Marty Resnick from Flemington Department Store, has a special presentation for our veterans and active military members. So we were going to do that before we begin with the show. Again, we're delayed just a little bit with this shower, but we're coming through. Come on up here, Marty. Marty, you like to do something special for our military members, our fine men and women who have served our country and served it well. Marty, what do you have tonight for Military Appreciation Night?
Well, we have gift cards from Flemington Department Store to show our appreciation of what you guys have done. So anybody that's been in the military and you have any idea to show it, come on up front. We got to take care of you.
How about a hand for Marty Resnick? Veterans, active members, come on down front here. See Marty Resnick. He's got a gift card for you for Flemington Department Store. And of course, we thank everybody who has put their lives on their line for our great country. Again, veterans, active members, come on down front. Come on down front, see Marty Resnick right here behind the flag stand. Yes, you too, come on down front. Right this way to Marty Resnick. Absolutely. Marilyn has a veteran's poem she'd like to read for Memorial Day. Marilyn, go ahead.
Okay. First, I would like to say how truly humbled I am to have the chance to honor and memorialize all our men and women who have served in our armed services of the United States of America. They paid the ultimate sacrifice with their lives to ensure our freedom and, again, to live without strife. Your sacrifice I commemorate in this day, our celebration of Memorial Day. Okay. Freedom is not free. I watched the flag pass by one day. It fluttered in the breeze. A young Marine saluted it, and then he stood at ease. I looked at him in uniform, so young, so tall, so proud. With hair cut square and eyes alert, he stood out in any crowd. I thought how many men like him had fallen through the years. How many died on foreign soil. How many mothers' tears. How many pilots' planes shot down? How many foxholes were soldiers' graves? No, freedom isn't free. I heard the sound of taps one night when everything was still. I listened to the burglar play and felt a sudden chill. I wondered just how many times that taps had meant amen when a flag had draped a coffin of a brother or a friend. I thought of all the children, of the mothers and the wives, of fathers, sons, and husbands with interrupted lives. I thought about a graveyard at the bottom of the sea, of unmarked graves in Arlington. No, freedom isn't free. I know this firsthand. We lost 6 Pennsylvania Army National Guardsmen in 3 days and my nephew in Vietnam. So this hits home for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That doesn't get you choked up, folks. Wow. Very powerful poem. And again, it is Memorial Day weekend, and this is why we are here, because of those men and women who sacrificed everything so we can stand here and do what we love to do in sunshine, in rain, and everything else. So active and veteran military members, if you haven't seen Marty, we'll be here for a little bit more.
I got a race car down there somewhere.
Or you can see Marty down at the race car in the pits, yep. So, again, thank you. Looks like the track is starting to come around rather quickly. The sun is now baking a lot of the track, except right here in the front. But this should come around very quickly. Again, get your 50-50 tickets right now by the flag stand as we get set for our program. Mr. Puglisi. You can't walk past a guy with a microphone during a rain delay and not expect to be interviewed. So you were out there for hot laps. Track's a lot different than when you were on it a couple weeks ago. You guys had the night off, but it's been a few weeks. How do you get back into the swing of things here tonight? And the track's going to have a lot of extra moisture than what you were used to about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's hard. You just have to find your lanes, find the speed. I mean, the car feels fast. I just got to get back into the rhythm. Rhythm is everything.
Tough with the rainouts, tough with the weeks off, right?
Yeah, it's definitely tough to get back into the swing of things and just, find speed.
What's going to be the biggest challenge with this extra moisture in the track? You're going to have a elbows up, hammer down style racetrack. You weren't here, but in the early days in New Egypt, it was like this just about every week. So a lot different than what we've seen recently.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of it comes from what you're doing. Seat time, that has a lot to do with it. And just what lines work better when it's tacky like this.
And you are back in the Open Sportsman, or the Crate Sportsman tonight. You were a rookie champion, I believe, last year. So what should the rookies, if they can hear you right now in the pits, what do the rookies need to know getting out here on a tricky track?
Just focus on your laps, get seat time, focus on your lines. The lines are the most important thing. I mean, everybody's equal out there, so if you run a better line than somebody else, you'll be faster.
All right, thank you very much. Stephen Puglisi, folks, last year's rookie champ, getting ready for competition in just a little bit. Terry, come on over here. I'm going to talk to you. You're a microphone shy guy, but once in a while we get you started up here. Terry, track is going to be a lot different tonight than what you're used to. You're going to be probably dodging the mud balls up there tonight, but this is a neat track. It's neat to see when it has a lot of moisture in it, and you're going to see some really intense racing, if you will, because it really does put a lot of the cars on an equal playing field when it's fast.
Yes, it opens up the racetrack to they can use the whole racetrack instead of just being a one or two group. Makes better racing.
Should be exciting. The track looks like it's coming in quickly now.
Yep, they'll get it squared away. We'll get rolling here pretty soon, and we'll make it through. We'll be good.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for watching.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of Channel 12 News viewers, News 12 New Jersey here. By the way, I'm going to plug the show. Brand new show debuted this week called Down the Shore. You have to watch every Saturday and Sunday at 10:30 in the morning when you're getting ready for your weekend plans. I co-host it with Simon Chowdhury. We take you up and down the New Jersey coast from Sandy Hook all the way to Cape May. And no, they're not paying me to tell you all this here, but it's a great show. A lot of effort went into it, and check it out on News 12. It's also live streamed on YouTube on News 12 for free if you don't get cable. So just go to the YouTube News 12 when it airs at 10:30 on Saturdays and Sundays. So you can catch episode 1, the premiere episode, tomorrow at 10:30 in between Monaco and Indianapolis.
Well, folks, the track is coming in nicely, but we are going to need all the cars. They are calling all the cars to the Speedway to work the track in to get it ready to race ready, if you will. We're pulling the heavy equipment off and calling the cars to the Speedway. After this message.
All right, we're in here with Danny Buck. All I got to say is, what a race, man. I mean, you're sitting back there, you're running third, Billy's on the top, he's on the bottom to the middle, and you had to make that move, Dan.
Yeah, it was go time at that point. I played around with him long enough there on the bottom, and I just trying to be patient and see if something opened up there. And Billy had the top blocked, he had the bottom blocked. I thought about rolling the middle, but it was kind of, I could see it was pretty crumbed up there, and just had to go for it.
Billy said the top got loose, and he said, "Oh man, I'm going to lose this." And Billy thought, he said, when he made that move, that was the move of the race. He knew that if he could have got Creighton first, he probably could have got after. But you were fast. You kept sticking your nose under there and sticking it under there and got it done. Creighton's not real happy right now, but of course he's not going to be happy. He probably thinks he probably could have won the race.
Yeah, they're great people. I like Ryan a lot, and Mike. They're good people, and I hate to push the issue that hard. I was not super rough with him, but I did have to kind of nudge him out of the way there. Kind of a textbook go-kart move there, kind of riching him up off the bottom when we had to go there. But I was just waiting for him to make a mistake, and he wouldn't. He kept opening his entry up there, and I'm like, one of these times I'm gonna have to stick my nose underneath there, and I didn't want to wreck him. I didn't want to have an issue like that. But we did good. We made the pass as clean as we could there. And kind of, I was on the guardrail, so I couldn't go any lower. So, just kind of stuck my nose in there and got him up the bottom, and got around both of them there at once. And that was probably a great race for the fans.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. I mean, you guys went at it for a while, and Ryan and Billy went at it for a while. Then you start sticking your nose in there. That was kind of like a Grandview move there. You can learn that at Grandview, tucking her in down the bottom and doing that. But Dan, you've raced there enough times. You told me this is what you were going to do when you came on the show, and we talked about it. Now, the track, what do you think?
Yeah, tonight it was good. It didn't start out very good, but they definitely turned it around there for the feature. Look, we were racing too wide there the whole race. It seemed like even in the heat races when the track wasn't good, we were we could able to pass. It went from 8th to 3rd in the heat. So, that's all we ask for. Don't matter if it's dusty, muddy, rough, slick, whatever it is, as long as we can pass. That's all we ask for. They're they're doing a good job with the track. You know, it's a little dusty, but as long as the wind blows the right direction, man.
Absolutely.
You know, Leslie just said that she's like, it was great. We could see the whole thing. You know, the dust wasn't bad. It was blowing the right direction. So, you know, it's good.
Anybody you want to thank, Dan?
Yeah, man. Craig and Leslie Ponda, CNS Equipment, Short Load Dave. You know, Short Load Dave is pretty much the whole reason why I'm here.
Right.
You know, he's been a huge supporter of mine, and he was giving me a ration of shit last year. You know, you're never there. And then every time I was here, the Sportsman were off or something, and so it's good to be, you know, parked next to them. You know, he came tonight even though the Sportsmen weren't running, and I'm glad we got him a win. And you know, Man Miller Electric, My Place Smoked Meats, my buddy Glenn. You know, he hopped on board this year, and you know, Skanks Carpentry, all my crew, Michael. You know, I've got a good crew of guys for once. Is probably why we're running good, because I've put them to the test. I wrecked a lot of stuff this year, and we've tore up a lot of motors and things like that. But we're putting it all together now.
Well, I know one guy that's sitting home watching TV, Mike Erico Sr., his son Mike. He said, I just want Mike to get to victory lane. I don't think he thought it was going to happen this fast, but with a guy like you and the crew that you got and the sponsors you got, I knew it was coming.
Yeah, he's been a breath of fresh air for us for sure. We all my crew guys are definitely 60 plus, so it's good to have some young, fresh meat, you know, that knows their way around a race car. And you know, we got another kid, Kyle. He's been helping me out too. I forgot to thank him in Victory Lane, one of Mikey Butler's crew guys. So we're passing him back and forth. And you know, it's good that I got great guys behind me, and you know, it definitely makes it easier on me.
All right, Dan, keep it up, man. Championship form.
Thanks, brother.
All right.
And welcome back, watching on YouTube, live here on our free stream on the New Egypt Speedway channel. And if you were just tuning in, we were supposed to start at 6:30, and about 10 minutes before that scheduled time, right before we were going to do opening ceremonies, we had a rain shower move in for about 10 minutes, and it rained pretty hard the last couple of those 10. And we are just getting the track back, and we have just called all cars to the track. Our warm-ups had been completed, but now we are bringing them out to work the track in. So all cars coming up onto the track, and now we've got more up here, and now 4 cylinders coming out as well. We're calling all cars in the pit area. The more cars we get, the quicker this track will come in, and we'll be ready to get going with our program. And if you just tuned in, we have 4 divisions tonight. The Fastline Performance Rookie Crate Sportsman. We have the 4 cylinders. We have the modifieds, and we have the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate 602 Sportsman. 4 divisions tonight. There are 3 rookies on hand. With the rookies included, we have 27 Crate Sportsmen for 3 heat races. And we also have 21 modifieds. And we have 18 4-cylinders signed into the pit area. Folks, in 3 weeks, on the 14th of June, we have the SCDRA 4-cylinder, the traveling group, coming in. They have big car counts, and we are looking forward to that. That, of course, got rained out a couple weeks ago and has been rescheduled for the 14th when they're at Georgetown the night before down in Delaware on the 13th. So that's going to be a big 2-day event for them, 1 night there and then 1 night here. I'll have the pleasure to be part of the call of both of those events as more and more cars pouring onto the track to get this track worked in. Folks, for those of you just tuned in, the modifieds, of course, are here tonight. Current modified points, Danny Buck is the current point leader. He was the winner the last time we raced. He finished second in the first race to Ryan Godown, so he has 116 points and is the current point leader. Ryan Godown, the winner of the first event of the season, has 110 points as he finished first and then fourth in our last event. So he is second in points coming into tonight. Ryan Krachin, who is not here tonight, is currently third with 92, but tied with 90 behind Krachin is Paul Mancini, Jack Butler, and Billy Pouch Jr. Of course, Pouch Jr. announcing earlier, I believe earlier today, that he is going to be a regular for the rest of the season here at New Egypt Speedway, and it's great to have Billy here each and every week. Billy Pouch Jr. currently tied for third in points. He had a tough first night here after he was up into the top 3 and then got involved in a tangle, came back out and had some mechanical issues. But he finished second here to Danny Buck last Saturday night in what was a phenomenal feature. Actually, it was the last one we raced. It was about 3 weeks ago tonight. Mother Nature throwing us a curveball tonight when there was 0% chance of rain, and it came before we started, but it was hard enough to delay us. But that's all right. Tracking looking really good now. It was really good before, and now it's going to be even better. Right in front of you there, the Pohanka Toyota of Salisbury, Maryland. The number 69 is Laurel, Delaware's Jammin' James Hill. James making the tow up here tonight in what will be his first real time here. He was here once before with the car, but had motor problems and never got a lap on the track. He's had laps tonight in hot laps, and we'll see what he can do. He has had 6 events so far this year at different tracks and has finished third 3 times and then finished second 3 times. So he has been on the podium everywhere so far this year. So keep your eye on that 69. There's our defending champ, Ryan Simmons, in the Elegant Exteriors number 20 coming down the front. Our defending Crate 602 champion. And speaking of defending champions, there's the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 26 of the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown, who is our defending, 2-time defending champ in the number 26. And he has 6 career championships here. That is the most in any division, tied with only one other driver here at New Egypt Speedway, and that, of course, is Billy Pouch Sr., who also had 6 career championships here. Dan Fleming in the Flemington Auto Body number 17 crate car. There's Danny Buck, our modified winner last Saturday night. The CNS Equipment number 6 coming by the flagger stand and heading down into turn number 1. There's the Shockwave Racing Technology, the SRT number 92 junior of George Garish Jr. Jim Houseworth in the 72, one of our modifieds there, heading into turn number 1. There's Glenn McIntyre, a lot of fans here. Glenn in the Lions Construction, Hugs for Brady number 88, that bright orange and black number 88. Having a little fun with them, I like to call that the Halloween special. The Premio Sausage 13 is not Steve Davis. That was recently purchased by Tommy Klimkowski, who took last year off, and Tommy back with us here tonight for the first time. Looked pretty good in warm-ups. That is a first time out for this car for him. He's getting a wrap for the body, then turn it into his number and colors. Last time he raced, he was the number 22. See what he comes out with the new wrap, but right now he is the number 13. Jack Butler out of Phillipsburg, New Jersey, in the Reed Sod Farm. Brink Construction, CTC Construction, number 5. Ryan Godown back on the front straightaway here. He is second on our all-time career win list with 61. That was his 61st win when he won here back on May 3rd. Actually, it has been 2 weeks since we raced, not 3. 3 weeks was the opener. We lost all of April with our point races. We had the Super Dirt Series show here at the end of March, and that was a 80-degree day and a beautiful night for racing, and we had a great show, and then Mother Nature would not cooperate. The only nice Saturday was Easter weekend, which we were scheduled to be closed already. So we finally got going in May, and we're racing here tonight again. So this will be 3 out of 4 weeks in May that have been good for us. Tanner Van Doren. And that number 27, TVD. The blank number yellow, the yellow car right there, if you look closely, there's a little sticker that says 5J on it. That's because that is Joseph Brown. Joseph just getting delivery of that car a couple days ago, and they just finished working on it about an hour before the show tonight. There's Billy Pouch Jr., the Marvel's Portable Welding, number 1. Yes, that car painted to look like his dad's car that won the first of his 6 championships here back. Believe that was either 99 or 2000, I could tell you. May have won it both years. Actually, probably did. Familiar looking car with a Pouch driving it. Billy Jr.'s been fast here so far this year. Here's Lexi Wilson, second-generation driver. Her dad was Steve Wilson, who ran SS Sprints here and a couple other divisions. She drives a Shockwave Racing Technology 1W, also sponsored by Emergency Blaze Emergency Equipment. John Scarpati, veteran down there in the Scarpati Auto Parts S2. Dakota Kessler in the Pool Pros, number 449. And cars are being sent off now as the track is ready to go. That came, see how quickly it comes in. There's Ryan Heim in the 18. The 18 going into turn number 1. Ryan was the feature winner in the Crate Sportsman event, which was the sister event to the Super Dirt Series show that night. It was a non-sanctioned, non-point event for New Egypt. It was a support division show, no points, but Ryan Heim was the winner that night. That was back on March 28th, or I believe 29th, actually. It was that Saturday. Corey Cormier out of Otisville, New York. He drives the Comfort Experts number 26R. Corey, a newcomer here as a regular this year and has been fast in his 2 weeks. Had a hard crash last week. And he posts a lot of social media stuff, and there was pictures of them fixing that car and putting a car together. Some cool content on Corey's Facebook page and Instagram page. And you can check New Egypt Speedway out on Facebook or Instagram. And Twitter, we're on everything. Keep up with what's going on. Modifieds being sent off. All right, folks, what we're going to do here is the crates that wanted to take some more hot laps, we need to get a few hot laps on the track to make sure the track is race ready. So we offered the crates the opportunity to stay out if they wanted to, and we're breaking them into groups now. So we just sent some to the infield. And then we'll have one session and then a second session, and then we will move to the start of our program with our opening ceremonies and our first rookie feature event of the night. So if you're just tuning in on YouTube, it is because of a brief, heavy shower we got on the 0% rain day, and it was a beautiful afternoon here. A lot of clouds, and it's windy and cool. Temperatures in the mid-60s here, but there was no rain on radar, and these little pockets have popped up, and we got one of them about 10 minutes before we were scheduled to start, as the crate's running a few hot laps here to get this track back in. And you can see how wet, but the track looking very good. And it's going to be fast when this comes in. We just had all the cars out to pack it back in. You can see it's about 7:15. We were scheduled to start at 6:30. That rain shower came through around 6:20 or so and ended around 6:30. And then we never took the equipment off the track. It did not pour, but it did rain quite heavy for the last 3 or 4 minutes of that 10 minutes. And we lost the track, obviously. It was all shiny and wet, but because we left the equipment out, it was a little bit better. And we got it worked back in and then called all the cars out, and the cars just finished, sent them back to the pits, and we're allowing whatever crates wanted to stay out for a couple of hot laps to stay out just to get the track worked back in. And it actually looked pretty good there. They were pretty quick. They'll get sent to the pits in this second session. We'll come out of the infield to do the same thing here.
Yeah. Pete, I was saying it, we're talking up here. That did not take long at all. In fact, I'm going to make my way down front because if you're listening in your cars, we're about to get set with opening ceremonies after this hot lap session. So we want to thank everybody for your patience. Apologize for that shower. That should not have happened on a 0% rain day, but we're about to get this show on the road.
So the second session of the crates that chose to stay out for some hot laps to get this track ready are on the track. And right after this, we will do our opening ceremonies and then move right into our first rookie feature. We have 3 rookies here tonight. They will be 8 laps. We're running 2 features trying to make up because we've had 4 rainouts already. So they've lost 4 races already. So we'll make one of them up tonight. We did have 6 rookies in our first event, which was on May 3rd. And May 10th, when we raced, the rookies were not scheduled because the crates were not here that night. We tried to kind of keep them in conjunction with the crates. And they were supposed to be here last week, and we lost that show to rain, so. All right, cars being told to pick up the pace. Bunch of cars out there. Track looks good. Probably a little bit slick, but not much now as it's really coming in on the groove. I mean, the track was wet tonight because of the rain this week when we ran warm-ups the first time. But this rain has really added to that. but it's smooth. Nick Van Wickle pulling off and into the infield in the 41. The checkered flag falls, and that's going to complete this hot lap session. They will head back to the pit area. Almost like a fall night here. And looks like we will be ready to go. Opening ceremonies as the New Egypt Speedway pace truck making its way to the start-finish line. Just got to get the cars off the track into the pits, and looks like Lexi Wilson stalled over there. Oh, there she goes. All right, I'm going to send it down to my partner, Big Jim Murdoch, Big Jim's videos and all kinds of endeavors he does, News 12. And for our opening ceremony tonight, Jim.
Well, thank you very much, Pete. At this time, we're ready to go racing. So if we could ask everybody to rise, be careful. The stands are wet. It's like ice out there. We get it. Just be careful. If you're able to rise. And take off your hats and headgear, please, if you can. Obviously, a very important weekend for us as Americans here to step back. And, you know, we all have off on Monday, but we have to think, why do we have off on Monday? Because it's Memorial Day weekend. You heard the speech, the poem from Marilyn, all of our Gold Star families out there, the sacrifices that the men and women of this country have made so we can stand here and do what we love. So don't lose sight of that fact. Barbecue, grill, but just take a couple minutes like we're doing here and reflect upon all of those sacrifices that let America be the #1 country in the world. With that being said, I'll turn it over to Reverend Dan with our invocation.
Thank you, Jim. 1961 to 1965 at McGuire Air Force Base. And I had an easy job. I was on the Air Force boxing team, and they traveled all over the country. So I was treated very well. So I have a lot of memories here. We love you guys and gals. Thank you for your service. Almighty God, we stand tonight for the greatest country on the face of the earth, the greatest people, the greatest talent, the greatest blessings. We thank you for our country and for those who served and gave of themselves, and especially for those who sacrificed their lives. So we pray in the days ahead that you would give us strength, wisdom, and guidance to keep this country safe and keep this country #1 in the world. We pray in Christ's name. Amen.
And because we are a unified country, we ask that Reverend Dan and I lead everybody with the singing of the national anthem tonight. So sing along, even if your voice is nothing, just sing along. This is a chance for all of us to come together and reflect upon this great nation. Ready, Dan?
Yes, go you, sir.
You've got to look right at the camera up there, too.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Thank you very much, folks. If you've never been here to New Egypt Speedway, we have 3 rules you must follow at all times on the premises. If you are here, you know them. Rule number 1, when we announce your favorite driver's name, you have to make some noise. Let the people knowing who you're cheering for so they know who to watch out for. Rule number 2, folks, smoke them if you got them. We don't care what it is. Just do it by the bathrooms, not in the grandstands. That is a state rule. And rule number 3, when you come back to New Egypt next week, you must bring a first-time race fan with you, because without your support, we would not be able to do this here in the Pinelands. Now you know the rules. You've seen who's going to be performing. We had the lineup for the first feature of the event of tonight. It's a rookie feature. And with that, we go topside to the voice of the New Egypt Speedway, Pistol Pete Wortman. Pete, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim, and great rendition of the national anthem. That, I believe, in my 28 years is the first duet I've seen. I might be wrong, but I believe that is. And I don't know, fans, but I think if they found 2 more people with the right range, they could have a barbershop quartet. All right, our rookie feature will be up first. And I believe only 3 of the rookies of the 6 that were here last time are here, but it was the ones that finished first, second, and third, and this is how they're going to line up. Starting on the pole out of Southampton, and the number 3 is Chris Bergstrom. Bergstrom finished third in that first event they ran here on May 3rd. Lining up alongside of him in the Shockwave Racing Technology number 921, that is Aiden Spencer. Aiden Spencer out of Bordentown. He'll start outside the front row. He finished second in our first rookie feature. And starting third in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging Flemington Department Store number 27, the winner of our first rookie race, that is Hunter Plosky. Hunter Plosky in the number 27, 4th generation racer, and looking to make it 2 in a row. This is your wave lap. Wave to them. They're going to wave back at you as they come down the front straightaway. As the rookies get ready to go racing here. And looks like we are going to kick off our program here for the night. 4-cylinder heats will follow this rookie feature. And then it will be the modifieds followed by the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. All right, here they come. Bergstrom kicks the wheel. The 3 rookies off of 4. We are green. And we are underway. Week number 3 for the points here at the New Egypt Speedway. Week 2 for the points for the rookies as they head down the back. 1, 2, 3, right in line there. Single file into turn number 3 and 4. Bergstrom is going to lead lap number 1 in the 3. It's Bergstrom, then the 921 of Spencer. Aiden Spencer, second. Hunter Plosky right on his back bumper, and Spencer holding him off. Plosky looking for a little racing room there as he looks to the outside, then back to the inside. There's still single file there, about as equally matched as you can get. These 3 rookies really looking smooth here for only their 2nd race of the year. They looked equally as well during their first race, as I recall. And Bergstrom hangs it up on the top side and will bring him back to the line. 3 down and 5 to go. Aiden Spencer was able to reel him in as Bergstrom just getting a little out of shape a couple of times, and that'll cost him some momentum. And that keeps Spencer, and now Plosky is on Spencer's bumper, and all 3 of them together, and here comes Spencer to the inside. Bergstrom holding him off by half a car length. This time Bergstrom gets in good through 1 and 2, but he hit the fence and he's upside down. Red lights are on. Chris Bergstrom, the leader, getting in hot. He caught the outside fence right in turn number 2 and got up in the air, and when he came down, he was sideways, and the car dug in and went over, and we'll get you a report from the accident scene once we have it as the track crew there.
Yeah, it looked like he just got in that loose stuff up there, that wet stuff, if you will. Not loose stuff, it's wet tonight, and driver's okay, Pete.
Well, that is good to hear. Yeah, Jim, it looked like, so he had gotten out of shape over there the previous 2 laps, but on the lower side of the track, and that time it looked like he set the car perfect and looked like he was going to drive off, but he got up so high. Like you said, he got in that greasy stuff from the rain that had been worked in but had not been raced in at all, and he caught that fence pretty hard. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can see the replay, or if you're in our picnic area, we have a TV back there with the feed on it. So good to hear that Chris Bergstrom is okay. He's going to have some repairs to do, but that is a shame. He was leading those 3 or 4 laps. We were at halfway there when that happened.
And you can see the right rear made contact first with the outside wall. That kind of grabbed that right front. And when the right front hit the wall, it just went right up that wall like a ramp. Like kind of reminiscent of the old Flemington days in turns 1 and 2 there when you hit with that right rear and it grabs that right front. Looks like we got a little extra viewing back there in turn 2. He put a hole in our back billboard, perhaps, too, with that front bumper when it grabbed on the front. A new hole has opened up in turn 2. And you can see the replays at home we just played on YouTube. Again, driver is okay. Again, shout out to our new photographer, Frankie Willie, on the tower getting that live shot of it, and our full race photographer, Ryan Beckman, up in the stands bringing you the action. And if you're watching at home, we got a whole bunch of you watching, about 600, 700 people. This is a free live stream. A free live stream. And what we're going to do is we're going to pop up a QR code. If you guys can see this when it pops up, if you want to, if you're enjoying the broadcast, you can donate by scanning your phone on the QR code that you will see on the bottom corner of your screen, and that'll help keep this stream free. It'll go right back into our video production team. As you can see, we've added another camera. There's our QR code now. Just want to scan that on your computer screens or TV screens at home. And if you want to make a donation to our free live stream, I think we're one of the only tracks in this area that provides a live stream outside of maybe upstate New York, but that's free. And we need to, keep this up to get more fans, get more sponsors. And we want to show off what we have here. And you can help us out by making that donation whenever you see that Venmo QR code on your screen. Couple bucks, if you feel like it, it's going to go right back to the production, Pete.
Well, that's right. It'll help us improve this live stream as well. This is something new that we're trying, and it is free to everyone and allows you to watch it, go back and watch as many times as you want on our YouTube channel, but this will allow us possibly to add extra cameras down the road, get banners across the screen, get a lot of different graphics, different things that we can do, and we appreciate your support in any way, even if it's just watching and subscribing. Hit that subscribe button. That is huge for us to keep this free live stream going each and every week. Be sure and subscribe, and then you're part of our subscribers and will get notifications. You'll have an easy access, an easy link under your favorites there on YouTube to be able to go in and check out all of our content. We have a lot of live stream content that Nick Leach is creating as well, including interviews before the races with different drivers as during his pit walk, and also pit ride through the pits, and also interviews with the winners afterwards at their trailers, more in depth than in Victory Lane interviews, where he talks more in depth with the drivers about the race and about different things about their win and their evening. So Chris Bergstrom leading the rookie feature. If you just tuned in, got up into the fence there while being challenged. Just got a little too high. That's all that happened there. No contact or anything. He made hard contact with the fence, got up, and then dug in and rolled over. So he took out part of the banner plate back there that was blank. You can see a hole in that up there in turn number 2. There's a car getting towed off and some heavy body damage. It looks like some suspension damage there on the 3. And that is a shame. He had a good run there going. Just got a little high and a little hot there. So we have 4 laps complete of the 8, and the remaining 2 cars will have a match race. And all 3 cars were very evenly matched and all doing a great job, being only their second race of the season for the rookies. And they will have another feature after intermission of 8 laps before the modified feature tonight, as we try to make up a couple of features for them with the 4 rainouts we've already had. And they weren't scheduled for one of the races we didn't rain out. So this is only their second race. They'll get their 3rd one after intermission tonight. So the 2 cars remaining, that will give the lead to Aiden Spencer in the 921, and Hunter Pulaski, the winner of our opening rookie feature, and the current point leader, because he won that race, is in the 27, and he will restart second. Double file restarts. Remember, the winner of the rookie feature automatically goes to the feature event for the crate Sportsman, whereas the rest of the finishers will start last in the heat races, and I don't think Bergstrom's car is going to be usable the rest of tonight, unfortunately. But you never know. They do have another feature later. After our heats, we will have our 4-cylinder feature before intermission. And with the late start because of that shower that came through and caused us to get pushed back to about 7:20 start here, intermission I'm sure will be short if we need one, as we will be trying to complete the show. Well, I'll keep you informed of that as we go. Aiden Spencer finished second in the first feature of the year. We did have 6 rookies here on the first feature 3 weeks ago. 3 of them not here tonight. But the ones who finished in the first 3 spots were. And the 2 cars left on the track are the 2 cars that finished first and second in the first race. If Aiden Spencer can hold off Hunter Pulaski, we would have a tie for the point lead going into our other feature later on. Is a 4-point difference between first and second, and again from second to third. So If Hunter Ploski wins this, he'll have an 8-point lead going into that event later on. All right, white flag is out. We're going to go green next time by. Hunter Ploski filling in on the outside of the front row here. Double file restart. Leader did have lane choice. Aiden stays down on the bottom. Pace truck is going to pull off here into the infield. Want to thank everybody on YouTube for their patience with that little shower and having to work the track back in, but we're going to be racing now. Here they come. 4 down and 4 laps to go. Aiden Spencer bringing them off of 4, and we're green. 4 laps to go. Spencer, Hunter Ploski sets it on the outside. He looked to go to the inside, but Spencer had the groove already, and he'll hold them off through the tri-oval and into turn number 3. Hunter Ploski shadowing his move. Spencer has held them off so far, and he'll hold them off here, but Ploski right in his wake as they head through turns 1 and 2. Spencer with a good bite. He opens up a couple of car lengths on him down the back and into 3. Ploski will run it in hard, but Spencer very smooth. 2 laps to go, and Spencer is putting just a little breathing room, not much, but he's got about 2 car lengths as he heads down the back. Into the north end of the Speedway. White flag is out one more time around for Aiden Spencer with Hunter Ploski right behind him. Into 1 and 2. Ploski set it in there nice, but loses a couple of lengths there as he got a little out of shape and right at the exit of 2. Through 3 and 4, Aiden Spencer. Whoa, got in a little hot, corrected it, but had enough of a lead and drives it off smooth, and he will take the win, his first in the rookies. Good run by Aiden Spencer, and he overcame a little excitement there in turn 4. The car got a little out from under him, and he was able to really stick it down there on the bottom and drive off strong. The car had a great setup. It was coming off the corners very strong, and Aiden Spencer is your winner. And we will have a tie for the point lead as those 2 drivers have finished first and second in both races, now in reverse order. So Aiden Spencer, your winner in the 921, and second was the 27 of Hunter Ploski. Third was Chris Bergstrom, the early leader who flipped there halfway through the event.
SRT Shockwave Racing Technology, Lions Construction, Valco Wheels, Over the Rainbow Child Development Center, John Blewett Incorporated, Scrap and Waste Recycling, number 921. Aiden Spencer in a second race finds victory lane, and he's got a ton of cheering spectators for him, and I think they're all on the front stretch right now too. Proud Papa. Getting all the equipment out. Folks, he's climbing out of the car. His first rookie feature win, Aiden Spencer. Aiden, come on over here. Congratulations. You need the hat. Here, just stand next to that so that doesn't go flying away in this wind. Aiden, great job out there. I'm sure you had a heck of a view of what happened right in front of you in turn 2 there, but you still had to hold off last race's winner, Mr. Ploski. What's it feel like standing in victory lane as a rookie?
I mean, it feels good. You know, I mean, I think he just got in a little hot there. I was underneath of him going into 1. I didn't want to wreck him, so I backed out, and I seen he slid up, and I seen him hit the fence. So hope he's all right, but I got to thank SRT, John Blewett Inc., Over the Rainbow, Valco, Lions Construction, Accurate Accounting, Precision Hydraulics, Hamilton Auto Clinic, Design for Vision, Girl in the Tie, and of course John Banks and George Garris for giving me this opportunity, and my dad and all the crew for putting all the work in this winter to get this thing ready.
Well said, and great job. You have a lot of competition still to come.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, he's 1 for 1. Let's see if he can do 2 for 2 in the rookie division. Aiden Spencer picks up the second rookie feature win. Hey, we've got the 4 bangers on the track. I'll make my way up for the play-by-play, but Pete's got the lineup. Pete, how are they starting?
Well, thanks, Jim. Yeah, don't rush too much. You'll be out of breath when you get here. Jim will make his way back up for play-by-play. This is they're going to line up in your first of 2 4-cylinder heat races. Once again, congratulations to Aiden Spencer, your Fastline Performance Rookie Feature winner, his first of his career. Starting on the pole here in this 4-cylinder heat race, top 6 will get handicap in the first 12 starting spots. There'll be 9 going to the post. John Chalella will line up on the pole out of Forked River in the number 70. Lining up alongside of him will be Bobby Drayton, the 4th, in the number 409. Third starting spot from Robbinsville in the number 1 is Eric Degler. That is the 1NJ. And lining up alongside of Degler, driving the 97, that is Robbie Steinmetz. Robbie Steinmetz in the 97S. Penny Dunn out of Hamilton is in the 51P. Will start in the 5th spot. Lining up alongside of Penny, an all-female third row, Kelly Fleming is in the number 44. She's out of Milford. She'll start outside Penny there. 6th starting spot for Kelly Fleming. 7th starting position of Yardville, the number 69 of Justin Dunn. Justin, a 3-time champion here, and is our all-time winningest 4-cylinder driver. He will start 7th. Lining up 8th, our defending champion. Now, he missed our first race of the season because of a wedding he had to attend. But he is here tonight, so he spotted the rest of the field 1 race in his defense of his title. He drives the Prime Rib Racing number 23. That is Kyle Hurley. And starting scratch, former Crate Sportsman driver here. Good to see him back with us tonight. Driving the red number 7 out of Cream Ridge. That is Jimmy Avery. Jim Avery in the number 7X. So, Jim, 9 cars in each of these 2 4-cylinder heats, and the top 6 will get handicapped. And a good, solid field of these once again here. That's great to see, and especially in preparation for them being challenged by these hot shots coming in on the tour here in 3 weeks in the SCDRA.
Well, you know, you have to assume, Pete, that our locals that will take on these outsiders will have a big advantage because not many tracks, I can only think of 2 other ones, are shaped even remotely like New Egypt. Maybe Bubba Raceway Park in Florida, very similar to this as well, and Brewerton up in New York. So the drivers that know Brewerton should do well here. Our locals should do very well here. It is a non-points race for our local 4-cylinder drivers on June 14th to take on the invaders from all over the Northeast. So that'll be fun to watch. 40 plus of these 4-cylinder race cars. As you mentioned, 18 cars strong tonight. We had 19 2 weeks ago. So good to see quality fields of 4-cylinders at the Jersey Speedways.
You know, it's interesting. If they have 40-plus cars, it's $2,500 to win. But if they get 70-plus, it's $5,000 to win.
I would say there are more than 70 cars within a 4-hour radius of here. To get them all here at one time, will $2,500 or the lure of $5,000 be enough for it? Make for a great night for them, a long night for us, but could you imagine 15, 20 car heats of 4-cylinders out there, Pete? It'll be exciting.
It's going to be fun to see, and of course, you have a better chance of guys traveling too, other than the top guys from the series, and they get 40-plus cars anyway, but they're at Georgetown, Delaware the night before, so they have a reason to come for 2 races in back-to-back nights, just about 2.5 hours apart.
Georgetown and here back-to-back, $2,500 per feature. And if you get those extra cars, Delaware has a ton of 4-cylinders as well, visiting the Delaware International and Georgetown Speedways as often as we both do.
and I am certainly no expert about the SCDRA. I am looking forward to seeing them, but I have heard their rule package is very open. So that means it kind of opens it up for all the different four-cylinder groups from around and different rules from around. And we got a car stopped over there.
By the way, John Chalella is the fan of the night in the kids club. And we've got not that one, no. I'm sure it's his son or a relative. John Chalella, fan of the night. Nicholas Grasso wins the haircut. And the s'mores boxes go to CJ Lobianco and Charlotte Tibial. The s'mores boxes are donated by Ryan Simmons and Kyle Hurley. So all the Kids Club winners go to the Kids Club for prizes. That's down in Turn 4 Picnic. So the kids' names that I just announced, John Chalella, not the one who needs assistance, Nicholas Grasso and CJ Lobianco and Charlotte Thibault go to Turn 4 Kids Club.
And we want to thank Ryan Simmons and Kyle Hurley for donating those s'mores boxes. Always great. We are very fortunate here. We have a lot of race teams that step up for the kids, as you saw. Billy Pausch Jr. driving the Kids Club bus before in the rain, take them through the pits and out onto the track for a little bit there. Last time we raced, I believe it was Ryan Godown who drove the bus. That's a great thing, and we're very happy to have that Kids Club back, and we want to thank Marcus's Barbershop of New Egypt for stepping up to sponsor the Kids Club each and every week here.
Memories that those kids will take with them for the rest of their lives. You know, I can still remember what I was doing 5, 6 years old at Walv or Flemington or East Windsor going to the races. And when you get to meet your favorite driver or meet a driver that is famous like that, you become a fan for life. Speaking of fans for life, we've got Bobby Drayton the fourth now on the inside of Eric Degler in that one, and Bobby Drayton now slow to get up through the gearbox. That is Eric Degler in a new number 1NJ. It's hard to see, but that is a fluorescent number 1 on a white background going into turn 3. Eric Degler was driving the 19. That car is here with a new driver tonight, and he is just driving away from the pack in a hurry. Couple of Dunns running second and third. Penny Dunn in the 51. Justin Dunn in the 69. Here comes Kyle Hurley. Prime Rib Racing looking for that third position on the inside of Penny Dunn. Side by side, give third to Kyle Hurley. Out of turn 4, the 97 looking fast, Robbie Steinmetz. He's running in the 5th position, and he wants to steal 4th away from Penny Dunn. Best pedal on the track out of turn 2. Steinmetz on the outside. Dunn down low. Halfway up front, Degler has checked out. 3 laps in, 3 to go. Still wheel to wheel, fender to fender through 3 and 4. Steinmetz gets around Penny Dunn, but Dunn challenging back on the inside. Look at this battle for 4th. Top 6 will get their handicap. Up front, 2 laps to go, 2 to go for Eric Degler. He has nearly a half a track lead immediately off of Justin Dunn. Through 3 and 4, he'll see that white flag this time by. In the brand new 1NJ, Eric Degler coming down the front stretch. We'll see the white flag wave. 1 more lap remains for Degler. Justin Dunn is an ancient memory at this point, heading through 1 and 2. Halfway around the backstretch, entering turns 3 and 4. Eric Degler gets that car a little bit sideways, straightens out off of turn 4. He can see the checker flag waving. Eric Degler, your winner for heat number 1. Justin Dunn is second. Kyle Hurley's third. Steinmetz comes home 4th. Jim Avery up to 5th. And Penny Dunn is 6th. And Bob Drayton, the 4th, comes home 7th after stumbling on the opening green flag. Heat number 1 of 2 for the 4 cylinders now in the record books. This is the way they'll come to the green flag for heat number 2. Once again, 9 cars on the lineup. 6 laps the distance. A couple more Dunns on the front row. Of course, Robbie Dunn in the other 51, and Scott Dunn on his outside in the 03.
Yeah, he's coming down the ramp right now.
Row number 2 in the green 88B. That's Justin Benz out of Jackson. And the white number 6 of Dale Mull will be on the outside of row number 2. On the inside of row 3, Dom the Bomb, Dom Antonelli. Bomb Squad, let's hear you. They know New Egypt Speedway rule number 1 by heart. On his outside, Joe Gary in the 26. Joe Gary Sr. in the 26. I don't think Junior is here tonight. Row number 7 on the inside. Hey, your winner from 2 weeks ago. This is your principal, Bob Drayton. He is the winner from 2 weeks ago from Southampton in the X09. And Danny Cook in the 7R from Cookstown. And Cook from Cookstown. And rounding out the field in a car that Eric Degler drove 2 weeks ago. Now behind the wheel from right here in New Egypt in the 19, it's Shane Geist. Shane Geist in the Eric Degler 19. Robbie Dunn, Scott Dunn, make up your front row. Green flag flies. Dunn jumps to the lead in that black and red number 51. Scotty Dunn, but here comes Dale Mull in that white number 6. Dale Mull hot to trot on the outside. Dale Mull and Joe Gary. Joe Gary Jr. in the 26th. Best battle on the racetrack is for 3rd. Gary on the inside, Dale Mull on the outside. And Shane Geist is quickly up to 5th in that former Eric Degler automobile. Dunn, Mull, Gary, and Geist, your top 5. Bobby Drayton, that's Papa Drayton out there in the X09. Again, he won 2 weeks ago. This time by, they will see the cross flags. That means 3 laps in, 3 to go, halfway. These 6-lap heats click off in a hurry, especially when the track is this fast. This is about as fast as you'll see 4 cylinders go on a dirt track here in New Jersey. A lot of bite out there as Robbie Dunn is driving away from Scotty. Good battle for 3rd still. Dale Mull side by side with Joe Gary Jr. Shane Geist watching that battle right in front of them. Dale Mull hits that wet stuff. He's nearly in the fence, spins it around. Yellow flag, caution on the speedway. Got that car woed down right before he hit the wall. But just like our rookie contender, you get out of that groove, and there's a lot of slop up there, so you don't want to get too high just yet. I think when our faster modifieds come out there, they'll throw up some of that loose clay, and that'll help build a cushion on a track like this. But until that happens, you'll get in trouble in a hurry hitting that slick. So we'll double them up. All restarts in our qualifiers are double file at a half or to the checker flag. Let me repeat that because I stumbled. In our qualifiers, all restarts are double file until the checker flag. However, in our feature events, they are double file until 5 laps to go in all divisions. So a pair done, still up front. Joe Gary Jr. on the inside of row 2. Shane Geist on the outside. Bobby Drayton. And then Dale Mull will have to assume his position at the rear of the field. Danny Cook out there in the 7R having some fun. Antonelli pulling off the racetrack. Yeah, he was never on the track. He's on our lineup, but he's in the crowd.
He's a quick change artist.
Nuts.
He would.
Comes out. Shane Geist in that 19. We're going to go 3 wide back into turn 1. Hey, how about this race in the 4 cylinders? Robbie Dunn. Where did Shane Geist come from? Robbie Dunn got the lead back, but it wasn't without some excitement from Shane Geist. Scotty Dunn back there and Joe Gary. Out of turn 4. An exciting second half of that 4-cylinder heat. Robbie Dunn, Shane Geist, Scott Dunn, Joe Gary, Bobby Drayton, Dale Mull, and the 7 of Danny Cook. Her real name is Danielle Cook, but she wants to go by Danny. So that is a lady out there in that white and fluorescent orange 7X, just to clear that up. And I don't know how Dom Antonelli slipped by me when everybody stood up. And Justin Benz not out there either. He had some problems in the warm-up session too. Dom, what happened to the car? Blew up? Yeah, it exploded.
When you announced his name and everybody was going crazy, he was one of the ones going crazy, by the way.
Yes. Pete, the Mighty Modifieds are making their way to the Speedway from the ridiculous back to the sublime. Take it away.
All right, first of 3 heat races for the Modifieds as they come out onto the Speedway. This is how they'll line up in heat number 1. Starting on the pole out of Vineland, driving the Mancini Custom Homes number 13T. That is Anthony Tramontana Jr. Lining up alongside of Tramontana in the Norcia, Jim Weber Motorsports number 7 out of South Brunswick. That is Chris Garback. Third starting spot, the Pioneer Pole Building number 79 is Davey Sammons. And lining up alongside of Sammons in the Valco Wheels number 323, Johnny Bangs. Fifth starting spot, driving the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72, Jim Houseworth. And alongside of him in the Dave's Equipment Sales, Reed Sod Farm, Brinks Construction number 5 from Phillipsburg. That is Jack Butler, and starting scratch on the field here in heat number 1. Remember, the top 5 get their handicapping back. Our winner and current last week and our current point leader in the Craig Pondish own number 6, that is the Dominator, Danny Buck. Off at turn number 4, green is out. And the 1 and 2 angling out now, moving through the tri-oval. And into turn number 3, it's Anthony Tramontana grabbing the early lead over Davey Sammons as they race off at turn number 4 and down the front. Garback side by side with Johnny Bangs there, and Jack Butler holding on to the last handicapping spot. He's got Buck and Houseworth both on his back bumper there as they head into turn number 3. Tramontana will lead lap number 2 with Davey Salmons right in his back bumper. Good battle going on back there for the 5th spot. Jack Butler still holding on to it. Buck disposes of Houseworth and now dives under Butler going down the back. Danny Buck on the charge and now is into 5th as they complete lap number 3. Davey Salmons challenging for the lead. Got a nose underneath of Tramontana in turn number 1. Tramontana up to the challenge as he leads them back around and will lead lap number 4 with Davey Salmons right on him. Johnny Bangs is 3rd, Garback holding on to 4th, and then Danny Buck. Jim Houseworth moves by Butler into 6th, but they are right together there. Danny Buck trying to get under Garback in turn 3. Three laps to go. Remember, only 8-lap heat races this year for the modifieds as they head down the back. It'll be 2 to go this time, and Jack Butler is slow in turn number 2. Something wrong on the back there. I don't know if it's a flat. Looks like he may have a left rear flat. And Butler heading to the pit gate. Looks like a left rear flat, unless it's something in the suspension. It looked like kind of like the suspension at first, but then he drove into the pit area. And so it may be a little of both there. Track is very wet, which will tend to really put a lot of traction on those tires when it's real sticky like this. Jack Butler getting a new left rear tire put on the car. The lights are off. He got his courtesy lap. And the car is doubled up. Top 5 get their handicapping back. Here they come off of turn number 4, and we're back to green. 3 laps to go as they charge into 1. Tramontana, Danny Buck along the inside gets a couple of cars, including Salmons, and he is on Tramontana's bumper. Buck to 2nd now after starting last. Tramontana off the high side, Buck down in the middle. 2 laps to go as they head through 1 and 2. Buck nose underneath Tramontana. Tramontana trying to hold them off side by side. Yellow lights are on. Yellow lights are on. Believe there is debris here on the front stretch. I see a piece of something right there just before the speaker here on the front straightaway. That yellow may have saved Tramontana's lead there as Buck was working by him as the wrecker will grab the piece of debris. There it is. Pretty good size piece. So Tramontana, your leader. Danny Buck now 2nd with 2 laps to go. Davey Salmons 3rd. 4th of 323 of Bangs, and now Jim Houseworth is up to 5th and into a handicap spot with Chris Garback right alongside of him. Only 5 get their handicapping back. If you finish 6th or 7th in these heats, you're going to start at the back of the field outside of the top 15. Danny Buck's handicapping being the point leader is going to be probably 15th. But he is looking to win this heat on the outside of Tramontana. Green is in the air, and we're back to racing. And it's Buck off the top side, and he hooks up and drives out in front by 4 car lengths. Here comes Davey Salmons under Tramontana down the back. Buck will lead at the white flag. Davey Salmons 2nd. Bangs challenging Tramontana for 3rd. Houseworth on the bubble of that final handicapping spot. Final 2 turns. Off at turn number 4, checkered flag is out for Danny Buck. So in for the win is the number 6 of Danny Buck. Second, picking up right where he left off with that feature win last time we raced. Finishing second was a 79 of Davey Salmons. Anthony Tramontana with a good run there and ending up third in the 13T. Fourth was the 323 of Johnny Bangs, and finishing fifth, the 72 of Jim Houseworth. Chris Garback was sixth. Jack Butler finished seventh. All right, second heat rolling out. This is the way they will line up, starting on the pole in that yellow number 5J. The number's a little sticker on it. You really won't see it from the grandstand. Take my word for it, it's 5J. As a brand new car, they just finished getting together. They bought it just a couple of days ago, got delivery a couple of days ago.
Your iris should be the last ring towards the back of the handle, not the back of the bag. So you know
Brand new to them anyway. And that is Joe Brown. Joseph Brown in that yellow car will start on the pole. Alongside of Brown in the Bel Air Transport number 27 is Frank Venezia. Kevin Borden is in the 928. He'll start in the third spot. Alongside of him in the Vaklavicek Racing number 3V, that is Dominic Buffalino. TVD, Tanner Van Doren is in the Prime Design Landscape Hoffman Racing Products number 27. He'll start fifth, and alongside of him out of Frenchtown in the Marvel Portable Welding number 1, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. DJ Hunt was scheduled to be out there in Ryan Godown's backup car, but he has not made the call, and we are green. And we're underway. Pouch up on the outside, got a bite there. Looked like he got out of shape. Got a bite. Now he squeezes through a couple of cars there. Up to third as they race through 3 and 4 under Venezia, and to second as they complete lap 1. In through 1 and 2 down the back. Brown was leading, but Pouch roaring around the outside, and Billy Pouch Jr. to the lead. Pouch Jr. going from last to first in less than 2 laps. Joe Brown is second. Venezia challenging Van Doren, but Van Doren holds on to the third spot as he gets around him. Venezia is fourth, and Buffalino. Kevin Borden back in the 6th spot. 3 laps in the books. Van Doren all over the back bumper of Joseph Brown now as they work through 1 and 2. This will be halfway this time by. Venezia back in the 4th spot. Here comes Van Doren down on the bottom of Joe Brown. He'll make the pass going into turn number 1, and Van Doren is second. Pouch is checked out. He's almost a straightaway ahead of the field. Billy Pouch Jr. is just flying around here in the number 1. Fastest lap is 16.872 seconds, and he has almost a 4-second lead now. 2 laps to go for Billy Jr. Van Doren a distant second, followed by Brown, Venezia, and Buffalino closing in on Venezia. Here's the white flag. Pouch is currently 0.8 of a second on the average faster than anybody in the field as he takes the checker down the front. So Billy Pouch Jr. goes from last to first in a lap and a half. and takes the win. He was 0.8 of a second approximately, or at least actually more like 0.6 of a second faster than the second fastest car on the average. He averaged around 16.8 seconds a lap, and that is Billy Pausch Jr., your winner in the number 1. Second was a 27 of Tanner Van Doren. Joseph Brown was third in that yellow car, which is technically the 5J. Fourth was the 27 of Frank Venezia, and Dominic Buffalino finished fifth in the 3V. Third and final modified heat race coming at you. And this is how they will line up, starting on the pole. Driving the Toner Cable Equipment BFP number Rio Brothers R10. That is the Flying Farmer Wade Hendrickson. And lining up alongside of Hendrickson, driving the White House Machinery number 37 from Flemington, Brian Cool. Third starting spot from Jackson. He drives the number 449 is Dakota Kessler, and lining up alongside of him out of Otisville, New York, in the Comfort Experts number 26R, Corey Cormier. Fifth starting position from New Gretna, New Jersey, in the Mancini Custom Homes number 7M, Paul Mancini. And starting outside of row number 3, sixth starting spot, currently second in the points. He's our two-time defending champ, a six-time champion here at the New Egypt Speedway, and second on our all-time win list with 61 career wins. Driving the Izzy Trucking and Rigging Strober Wright Roofing number 26, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. And starting last on the field, first time out this year, driving the Finish Line Automotive number 38 out of Highland Lakes, New Jersey, that is Johnny Almick. John Almick in the number 38.
Looking for is to see how wide the track will widen out throughout the night, because we're pretty much coming right off a freshly packed track, like a brand new track like you'd see at the beginning of the night. The turns will move out. It'll get wider and wider throughout the evening. But right now you can start to see some tire tracks, especially going into one. They're trying to make that outside groove work. The problem is it's a fine line between fast and uh-oh.
Well, that's because the cushion hasn't built up yet. And that will build up more with the modifieds out here, and then the crate Sportsman following them may help that along as well. That cushion is going to allow that outside groove to really get fast later on here. Right now, there's probably a little ridge there, but the four cylinders don't really, with those tires, push that much clay out there. So this is the third modified heat, and it's starting to get a little bit of a ridge, but it's still a fine line, and you can easily miss it till that curb develops, if you will. This is where the sprint cars would come in handy. But it'll get there. It's fast right now. It is a hammer down track. Here they come off of 4, and we are green. Through 1 and 2, Hendrickson jumping out to the early lead, chased after by Brian Cole, Corey Cormier, and Ryan Godown. Cormier down on the inside, Godown goes to the outside and can't get around him there. Mancini is fifth. Into 1 and 2, Hendrickson setting the pace out about 5-6 car lengths now on Brian Cole as Cormier challenges Cole for second. Cormier down on the bottom. Godown is back there. Here comes Cormier under Cool and into that second position. Some smoke coming out of Johnny Almick, who's running at the back of the field there. As Hendrickson leading the way, Cormier now will try to eat into that lead. He's within 5 car lengths of him. Ryan Cool in that third spot. Then it's Ryan Godown back to Paul Mancini. Dakota Kessler not far behind Mancini. And John Almick That car sounded bad besides the smoke when it came by the last time, and he is taking it pit side. Almec is out of the event. So his first time out this year, short-lived so far. Let's see if he can get that fixed and get it back out later on for the feature. 5 down, 3 to go as Cormier has reeled in Wade Hendrickson. He's within a car length now. It'll be 2 to go next time by, and Cormier is reeling him in. Off the corner and down the front. Rio Brothers R10 out in front, the first time under this banner for Hendrickson here at New Egypt this year. This team coming back into modified racing, and Hendrickson was one of their drivers in the past very successfully. Cormier all over him, sliding to the outside, switching back to the inside. Oh, and ran out of real estate there as he tried to get by him on the inside of the tri-oval. And Hendrickson will take the checkered down the front. Cormier second, followed by Cool, Godown, and Mancini. All cars in the low 17s in that one. Hendrickson onto the scale, and Wade Hendrickson is your winner in the R10. Second was the 26R of Corey Cormier. Third, the 37 of Brian Cool. Fourth was the 26 of Ryan Godown. And finishing in the 5th spot, the 7M of Paul Mancini. So that completes qualifying heats for the modifieds as they ran all 3, and a 30-lap feature will be out a little later on. Right now it is time for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate 602 Sportsman. They will have 3 heats, 9 cars in each heat. Top 5 cars will be handicapped in the first 15 starting spots in tonight's feature event. I believe we are taking all of them. It should be 6 to qualify, but I believe with 27 cars, 3 of them are rookies and 1 of them flipped in the rookie feature, and he is not on the Speedway here for this event. That brings us down to 26. This is how they are going to line up. Glenn McIntyre is in the 88. He will start on the pole. McIntyre from right here in New Egypt. Lining up alongside of McIntyre is scheduled to be Lexi Wilson. She drives the Shockwave Racing Technology Blaze Emergency Equipment number 1W, but she has just coasted to a stop in turn number 2 there in that black and pink, and she's running again. So hold on. Hold your tickets. All right, here she comes. She's going to get back up. Lexi, a rookie graduate last year. Veteran Dan Fleming will line up 3rd. Fleming in the Flemington Auto Body number 17 out of Washington, New Jersey. And alongside of Fleming from Bordentown in the Shockwave Racing Technology number 92 junior, George Garish Jr. 5th starting spot in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14 from Piles Grove. That's Ethan Bill. And lining up alongside of Bill, he was 2nd in points here a year ago. I believe he's currently 2nd in points right now as well. Driving the 72, the Masker Racing 72, that is Steve Davis. Steve Davis in the 72. 7th starting spot, our current point leader, and he was our winner here on the first point race of the season. That is Pat Wall. Pat Wall in the 5W, the STTC 5W, and starting alongside of him, driving that 29J, first time out this year. He is a former rookie graduate here as well. From Vernon, New Jersey, that is Cale Van Noort. Cale Van Noort in the 29J. Chris Bergstrom, who flipped in the rookie feature, was scheduled to start 9th, and he does not make the call. Steve Davis is currently 4th in the point standings. He finished 4th in the one race we have run so far. All right, here they come. Off a turn 4, racing. And we are underway in the first of 3 heats for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, as Glenn McIntyre jumping out to the early lead. Ethan Bill threading the needle there a couple of times and looking for second down the front. He'll have it at the line. Ethan Bill moving by and into second. He started back in the 5th position. He chases after Glenn McIntyre. Dan Fleming 3rd. Davis down on the bottom getting 4th from Lexi Wilson. Also on the bottom is Pat Waller, winner back on May 3rd. He is up to 5th and looking for more. He's under Davis. And Pat Wall will get Steve Davis coming off at 2. Pat Wall's like a slingshot coming off these corners down on the low side. He's getting a great bite down there. Whoa, Glenn McIntyre getting around. Oh, man, and George Garris just missed him. Garris really locking the brakes up and turning that car, and he just missed him. Well, the yellow lights are on with 3 laps complete. McIntyre was battling for the lead. He was down on the low side. The car just got out from under him, and he slides to a stop completely sideways on the low side of turn 2. So Ethan Bill is your new leader with Dan Fleming 2nd, Pat Wall in the 5W 3rd, the 72 of Steve Davis 4th, and that should move Lexi Wilson, I believe, up to 5th in the 1W.
The replay. Talk about an oh my heart moment for George Garris. He was looking at a T-bone until somehow he jerked that wheel, slammed on the brakes, and made a hard right to avoid that spinning car. Good piece of heads-up driving by George Garris so that both cars are able to drive away from what would have been a really nasty T-bone type accident. Watch that. Wow. Oh, George is getting a new set of fireproof underwear after that one.
All right, lights are off. Ethan Bill is your new leader. Started 5th, got up to 2nd pretty quickly, and then was challenging Glenn McIntyre there. Bill, a newcomer as a regular here this year, his 2nd race, as he brings them back to green. Pat Wall with that bite down on the bottom, getting by Dan Fleming, and in a second, whoa, look out, Lexi Wilson getting out of shape. Bouncing off the wall, keeps on going. Steve Davis also falling back, but he's now in 5th. They come down the front with halfway, 4 down and 4 to go. It's Bill, Wall, Fleming, the top 3. Then Glenn McIntyre back up from the rear to 4th as he came by a bunch of cars. Steve Davis is 5th. George Garris back there in 6th trying to reel him in. Top 3 spreading out with Ethan Bill out in front of Pat Wall and pulling away from Wall. Dan Fleming 3rd, McIntyre still 4th, but Davis dives underneath him and will pull a slider on him, and George Garris is right there. White flag coming out. 1 lap to go for Ethan Bill. McIntyre now on the bubble. He's got George Garris all over him. Made that great comeback, restarting 9th and getting to 4th like instantly. But now is falling back to 5th and is being challenged. Checkered flag is out for Ethan Bill, Pat Wall. So your winner is Ethan Bill in the 14. Second was the 5W of Pat Wall. Dan Fleming finished third in the 17. Fourth was the 72 of Steve Davis. And your fifth and final qualifier, getting it right at the line, was George Garrish Jr. in the 92 Junior. Less than a tenth of a second over Glenn McIntyre at the line for the final handicapping spot. So we will go to the second of 3 heat races for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. And this one will find Cookstown's Dylan Morris in the 34 starting on the pole. Lining up alongside of Morris, last year's rookie champion. In the number 43 is Stephen Puglisi. Dylan Morris on the pole in that Spellbound Brewery number 34. Here comes Puglisi working his way around. See Mancini Custom Homes sponsoring the 43 this year. Ryan Marr is in the 51. He'll start in the third spot, and alongside of him, the winner of the crate portion of the Super Dirt Series show here. It was a non-point event. That is the A-plus spray foam installation number 18 of Parkertown's Ryan Heim. Matt Ellery out of South Plainfield drives the Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill number 29. He'll start in the 5th spot. Ellery finished 6th here in our first point race. And lining up alongside of him, our defending champion, driving the Elegant Exteriors number 20, Ryan Simmons. Ryan Simmons in the 20. 7th starting spot out of Laurel, Delaware. As they pace down the front here. Driving the Pohanka Toyota of Salisbury, number 69, Jammin' James Hill. And starting last on the field in the Premio Sausage number 13 in a car he just recently purchased. After a year off, that is Tommy Klimkowski. Tommy Klimkowski in the number 13. He'll start 8th. Our rookie, Aiden Spencer, will not take the green here in the 921. Well, and that is because that's correct, Jim. Thank you. I just should have thought of that on my own. It's all right. I'm not calling it a senior moment. Aiden Spencer was the rookie feature winner. He's already qualified. No sense in him running the heat race. That is correct.
His name who was waving at me as being part of the field. You're completely off the hook with this one.
Well, that's a great point.
Because the telephone up here was blocking him when he stood up. That's what I'll go with.
$50-50 tickets, got to be in it to win it. Want to be in it when that ticket comes out. Buy one of every color. All right, here they come. Green is out. We are underway in heat number 2 for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. Dylan Morris grabbing the early lead. Ryan Marr, one of our former rookie champions here in the 51. Then Puglisi in the 43, who won the championship last year. He's getting shuffled back as Ellery moving into third quickly. Matt Ellery in the 29 has moved into the 3rd spot. Then Ryan Heim. Ryan Simmons rebounding after a bad start. He's back to 5th, and then James Hill and Puglisi right behind him. And the 1 and 2 sliding up into 2nd is Ellery as he slides in front of Dylan Morris. It's Ryan Marr leading the way over the 29 of Matt Ellery. Off the corner and down the front. 34 of Dylan Morris trying to hold on. Now he falls back to 4th as Ryan Heim moves into the 3rd spot. Ryan Simmons on the 5th and final handicapping spot. James Hill, who really has no handicapping, it's his first time here, is running in the 6th spot. Simmons underneath Dylan Morris. James Hill next in line. Puglisi behind Hill in the 7th spot. And then it's Klimkowski getting used to that new car and being back behind the wheel after a year off. 5 down and 3 to go. Ryan Marr continues to lead by 5 car lengths over Matt Ellery. Ryan Heim and then Ryan Simmons and James Hill now into 5th. 2 laps to go down the front, 2 to go. Top 5 have all broken away now with Dylan Morris running 6th ahead of Stephen Puglisi. Here's the white flag for the leader, Ryan Marr. Down the back into turn number 3. Ryan Marr. As he takes the checkered and a win in the 51. So Ryan Marr, our 2023 rookie champion, takes the win here in heat number 2 in the 51. Second was the 29 of Matt Ellery.
I gotta move the camera.
Third was the 18 of Ryan Heim. Fourth was the 20 of Ryan Simmons.
All right, it's all you. I'm back.
Ryan Simmons was 4th in the 20, and 5th was the 69 of Invader James Hill in his first time in competition here. Third and final heat for the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman. We'll find Hellertown's Mike Toth on the pole in the number 89. The Elite Pool Services number 89. And starting alongside of him in the Scarpati Auto Parts number S2, that is John Scarpati. Joe Nappy is in the Big Vins number 55. And Nappy will start in the 3rd position alongside of him in the G&T Erectors number 32C. That is David Malozar. 5th starting position from Jacksonville, New Jersey. Driving the A. Yaros Industries number 41 is Nick Van Wickle. And lining up alongside of him, our 2014 crate champion, driving the short low ready mix concrete number 04, Mikey Butler. Butler was 2nd on opening night and thus currently 2nd in the point standings. The 4th row on the inside from Highland Lakes in the finish line automotive number 38 is Therese Almick. And lining up outside of Almick, driving the Millie's Plumbing Services number 715 is Mark Beam. Mark Beam out of Alvarez, Pennsylvania. And starting scratch, driver who finished 2nd in our rookie feature out of Ringo's 4th generation driver, the 27 of Hunter Plosky. Hunter Plosky in the number 27.
Going around again. That's all right.
All 9 cars making the call. As they'll get the white flag the next time around sign here. Remember, all Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts is Scout Night here next week, 1 week from tonight. Modifieds will be headlining that program 1 week from tonight. 2 weeks from tonight. The Mass 305 sprint cars, wing sprint cars will be here. Folks, remember, especially those of you watching on YouTube, the Short Track Super Series, sponsored, fueled by Sunoco, is here on Tuesday, June 24th. As we are green down the front. And we're underway, working through 1 and 2, and down the back it is Mike Toth grabbing the early lead over a Scarpati and Nappy. Mike Butler trying to make it 3 wide back there for 4th as they come down the front. It is Nick Van Wickle getting that spot and threading the needle underneath of Nappy and into 3rd as Butler and Malozar try to make a Joe Nappy sandwich back there coming out of 2. And now they'll do it again in turn number 3, but Malozar slips up over the cushion. It is Van Wickle working the bottom of the speedway, and he will slip underneath Scarpati and into 2nd and set his sights on Mike Toth. Toth, your leader. Van Wickle 2nd. Scarpati falling back to 3rd now. Oh, a little jamming going on there. Nappy got a little out of shape, but he holds on to 5th over Hunter Plosky, who's gone by Malozar and is working on Nappy. Mike Butler will slip by Scarpati for 3rd, meanwhile, as he heads towards the front. Toth, the lead is evaporating as Nick Van Wickle is suddenly right on him. Toth in the 89. Veteran Mike Toth in the 89. Nick Van Wickle in the 41 right on him now. And Mike Butler is reeling both of them in quick. Van Wickle feeling the pressure, dives to the bottom looking for the lead here. 3 laps to go. Can't get enough of a bite. Mike Toth back around him. Butler next, then it's Scarpati, and Joe Nappy still holds on to 5th. Malozar is back by Plosky for 6th. 2 laps to go for Mike Toth. 2 to go. Lap car down on the bottom slow. That's Mark Beam, and the top 3 will get by as Mike Butler has joined that battle for the lead. It is a freight train of 3 cars there, nose to tail, as they come off of turn 4. Mike Toth taking a white flag with lots of pressure. Malozar taking a stab to get into the handicapping as he dives under Nappy. They're side by side in turn 2. It is Van Wickle side by side with the leader, Mike Toth. Toth getting back around him. Van Wickle getting crossed up, and Mike Butler will steal 2nd coming out of 4. Good racing all around the speedway there in that one. And Mike Toth holds on for the win. The 41 of Van Wickle getting crossed up as him and Toth almost make contact. Van Wickle ends up over the cushion and correcting, and Mike Butler grabbing 2nd. So it was the 89 of Mike Toth, the 04 of Mike Butler, then the 41 of Nick Van Wickle, the S2 of John Scarpati, and the 32C of David Malozar got that 5th and final handicapping spot there late in the race from Joe Nappy. So there are your 5 cars getting their handicapping back, and that completes the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman qualifying. Next up should be our 4-cylinder feature, and for all that action, I will turn it back over to my partner here, Jim Murdoch.
Well, thank you very much, Pete Wortman. Wow, is all I can say after watching those modified and sportsman heat races. And that is why, folks, you never skip arm day at the gym. These drivers are getting a workout tonight. A lot of forces impacting the drivers in these turns, a lot of G-forces. Need a lot of upper body strength to manhandle that wheel on a track this fast. Some of the times in the Crate Sportsman, low to mid 18-second bracket. That is only about a second off the pace as our modifieds, looking at some of the heat races on the computer scoring and timing. But coming up next, we have a 15-lap 4-cylinder, the XDP 4 cylinders, 18 cars on the lineup, and this is the way they'll go to the line. Just like heat number 2, a pair of Dunns on the front row, Robbie Dunn and Scotty Dunn in the 51 and 03. Eric Degler will start third in the number 1. On his outside, a good effort in the heat race by Robbie Steinmetz in the 97S. Dale Mull will start from 5th. He's out of Jackson in the white number 6. Penny Dunn will go on his outside in that familiar black and purple number 51P. Row number 4 on the inside, that's Joe Gary Jr. out of Trenton in the 26 on his outside. Justin Dunn, a feature winner this year in the 69. Bobby Drayton in the X09. That's Papa Drayton out there. On his outside, Prime Rib Racing's number 23 of Kyle Hurley, last year's 4-cylinder point champion. Sportsman driver turned 4-banger driver Jimmy Avery is in the 7X out of Cream Ridge. Shane Geist in the Eric Degler number 19. Former Eric Degler number 19. Bobby Drayton, the 4th, will start 13th in the 409. Danny Cook, Danielle Cook, but she goes by Danny, in the 7R, that white and fluorescent orange number 7R. Kelly Fleming out of Milford will start 15th in the 44. Justin Benz will go to the line in 16th in the 88B. John Chalella, if he can make the call, is in the number 70. And Dom the Bomb is enjoying his time in the grandstands having a beer. He would have been your 18th starter. So I think we have at least 16 of the 18 starters. 16. This time by starting in turn 4 pit stands, we want you to wave at the 4-cylinder drivers. Their big championship race is in a couple weeks, but we want to show them some New Egypt love tonight. 16 cars answering the call out of the 18 on the grid. Keep that wave going all the way down into turn number 1. Folks, no intermission, too. No intermission. We're going to run this straight through. No intermission. We want to get you folks out of here at a decent hour on the holiday weekend. So we're going to bypass intermission, 15 laps, a quick intermission, and then we'll turn it right back with the rookie feature number 2. Done and done. Done squared, your front row. Degler and Steinmetz, row number 2. The pace quickens through 3 and 4. Out of turn 4, Robbie Dunn sets the pace. The double green flags are in the air. We are 4-cylinder feature racing. 2 by 2, and Justin Dunn, a big problem on the 69 entering turn 1. Justin Dunn not getting into gear. Now he's trying to find a gear. He's still slow in turn 1. This will probably bring out a caution flag. Yes, there it is. Yellow flag, caution on the speedway before we complete a lap. Justin Dunn coming up lame on the front stretch on the initial green. Justin Dunn, a feature winner, stopped in the middle of 1 and 2. It looked like that car did not get out of gear and then came to a slow stop. He will get assistance from our push truck. And again, we announced that during the wave lap, but no intermission. We're going to go right through the program. We've got a rookie feature and then our modifieds and then our sportsman. Tough break for Justin Dunn. He was supposed to start in the 8th position, and he pulled out of line. He knew there was a problem, and that car just shut off on him. And now he gets to push down the ramp back to the pit area. The Dunn family, so strong supporters of racing here at New Egypt. They brought 4 cars with them tonight. Very instrumental in getting this class up and running about 8 or 9 years ago or so, when we decided to introduce the 4 cylinders to the New Egypt Speedway. They immediately jumped on board, began building and fielding cars, and have helped a lot of other folks out as well. And now, thanks to all the efforts of the drivers, we have the biggest 4-cylinder field on a weekly basis out of our 3 New Jersey racetracks. June 14th, if you like this style of racing, 40-plus cars will be here for the SCDRA 4-cylinder championship race, paying $2,500 to win. All right, we'll try it again. No laps in. 15 to go. Robbie Dunn, Scotty Dunn, your front row. Degler and Steinmetz, row number 2. Green is out. Look at that move by Degler to the inside. Eric Degler in the new car sneaks by Robbie Dunn. New leader, Eric Degler, down the backstretch. Eric Degler, the Robbinsville native, sliding his way through 3 and 4. More cars in trouble behind them, but they straighten it out. Steinmetz was facing the infield at one point. He kept going. Third on back is a hornet's nest. Third on back is a cluster back there in the middle of the backstretch. Steinmetz and Dale Mull. Look at Mull charging ahead. Here comes Bobby Drayton on the outside. Where did Bobby Drayton come from? Your winner 2 weeks ago is up to 4th, and he wants more. Bobby Drayton in the X09, side by side, wheel to wheel with Scotty Dunn. That's a battle for 3rd through the tri-oval. Bobby Drayton from 9th up to 3rd. Behind them, further back, out of turn 4, 1 car bouncing off the wall. That was Steinmetz. He is still falling back in the 97. Back up front, Eric Degler in the new number 1 car, driving away from Robbie Dunn. Bobby Drayton may have the fastest car on the Speedway. Let's take a look at the times. Last time by, Eric Degler, your leader, running a sub 22 second lap, the only driver in the 21 second bracket range. Yeah, Drayton is not too far behind time-wise, but Degler is pulling away from Robbie Dunn. A third of the race is complete. Further back, there's some action. Kyle Hurley in the 23, Joe Gary in the 26, Dale Mull in the 6. That action is entering turn 3. Good battle coming out of turn 4. Hurley on the inside and gets around Joe Gary Jr. as Eric Degler pulls away from second place. We're watching a good battle down the backstretch out of turn 2. Dale Mull on back. You can see Dale Mull at home on the outside, and that number, oh, he's sideways. He's heading to the fence. Dale Mull sideways out of turn 4. He saved it. What a move by Dale Mull. I think he only lost 1 spot, too. Dale Mull got him that wet stuff out of the groove, and you can see how fast they're going. That just carried him right to the guardrail, but he was able to keep it off the wall. Top 3 spaced out. Scott Dunn's in 4th, and we're watching all this excitement behind the top 4. Scott Dunn in the 03 exiting turn 2. And a lot of cars chasing him down. Eric Degler has absolutely checked out. So that was a close call out of turn 4 as the 7X got sideways right in front of Dale Mull. They straighten it out. This time by 5 laps to go. You can see the flagman waving at the cars. That's the signal that there's just 5 laps remaining. Make it 4 next time by for Eric Degler. Degler is entering turn 3. Second place is all the way back, passing the New Egypt Speedway billboard. Eric Degler sees the 4 to go sign. And we have to wait and wait and wait. Finally, their second spot. About 7 seconds back, a third of a lap, and then behind them another hornet's nest going into turn 1. Joe Gary Jr. pulling up a train behind Kyle Hurley, and directly in front of him is Scotty Dunn. Those 3 cars are running close for position as Bobby Drayton going into turn 1 is challenging for second. Robbie Dunn on the inside, Bobby Drayton on the outside. Battle is for second down the backstretch. Degler has completely checked out. Through 3 and 4, Dunn is holding off Bobby Drayton. Drayton wants to see a yellow flag to bring the field back together. Less than 2 laps remain. Leader is in turn 3. Best battle on the racetrack is heading out of 2. Bobby Drayton on the outside of Robbie Dunn as Eric Degler sees the white flag. All eyes back in turn 3 and 4. Side by side, fender to fender, wheel to wheel down the front stretch. White flag, Drayton nosing ahead for second spot as Degler just pulls away through 3 and 4. A flawless race for Eric Degler. Bobby Drayton's up to second. Out of turn 4. Passing the double checkers, Eric Degler, your winner, out of Robbinsville. Second will be Papa Bobby Drayton. Third, Robbie Dunn. Fourth, I believe it's Kyle Hurley up to 4th. 5th is Scotty Dunn, Joe Gary, Dale Moe, and the rest. We'll head downstairs and get a word with Eric Degler. So Eric Degler debuting a new car here tonight and absolutely smoking the competition. He has cleared the scales. He's going to park it in Victory Lane, and we'll have a word with him down there. Capital Jet Charter on the left rear fender. The track is like a sponge. Wow. Beautiful track conditions out here. Flightline Financial, and we have to ask him about this car because he was an absolute rocket ship out there. Folks, climbing out of the car, your 4-cylinder feature winner, Eric Degler. He's going to do the roof dance. Now he's got to get off the thing without busting a couple knees. Good job. Congratulations. I got to ask you about this car. We saw you in the 19 a couple weeks ago, and now you have this new automobile out here, and it was a rocket ship.
Yeah, it's an awesome car. It's hooked up. Tim Jones helped me out, Lee Allen, Shane Geist. You can't do it without friends and family. I'm telling you, these guys are awesome.
You had at one point about a 7 or 8 second lead. Bobby Drayton got around Robbie Dunn in a spirited battle for second. He was hoping for that yellow flag, and you wanted to see that go clean and green.
It's all about setup here. I've been struggling at this track. I wanted to win so bad. You know, I never have traction, and now we put a setup in the car, and it's just awesome.
How are the track conditions out there after all the rain this week? It probably felt like you were going faster than you guys ever had. I know you were in the 21-second bracket for one of the laps out there.
It's a little bumpy over there in turns 3 and 4. There's a big rut there, and I kept hitting that, but I was trying to go low, and I always seemed to catch that rut. So it was tough, but otherwise the track was in good shape. It was really good for the heat race, too.
Last question. Are you going to take on the Invaders in a couple weeks on June 14th when the SCDR8 comes to town?
Absolutely. I think a lot of us will. It's all about setup here.
Let's get 64 cylinders here that night.
Absolutely. Big money.
Folks, big New Egypt Speedway. A round of applause. Your 4-cylinder feature winner, Eric Degler. And we've got a host of photographers down here at New Egypt joining us tonight as well. So thank you all the media members and photographers from around the Northeast for checking out the races here tonight. We've got another rookie feature. And we'll send it back upstairs to Pete.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. Next up will be our second rookie feature of the night, which will be 8 laps. I believe we'll only have 2 cars. Don't think Chris Bergstrom's car was fixable. And it looks like we are going to bring some equipment on the track briefly here to get the outside cushion packed down. Modified feature will follow that, which will be 30 laps, and the Swagger Factory Apparel Crate 602 Sportsman feature will be 25 laps. Thank all of you who have tuned in on YouTube TV.
For you folks watching at home right now, we are doing just a little bit of track prep, but once again, we want to let you know, help us out. If you want to keep our stream for free, all you have to do is scan that QR code in the bottom left corner of your screen, and if you feel like donating, you don't have to, but if you feel like throwing a couple bucks, it's going to go right back into the track production. You can see we've added a new photographer in the backstretch. And we're looking to continue to build this. This is a free stream, so we're not begging, we're asking. And if you like what you see, you can donate a couple dollars. And we want to keep this stream free. If you want to sponsor, if you want to run advertising commercials, you can call the main office, 609-758-1900, or email nesoffice@comcast.net if you want to become a part of our weekly live free broadcast. You will see a couple of different features running, and of course, Nick Leach is back in the pits all evening long doing some fantastic interviews, and you'll see some of them pop up from time to time on our downtime on the live stream. You also can follow that on the YouTube channel during the week and the Facebook page, always updating some new features each and every day. In addition to the weekly highlights and driver profiles, tons of things to check out, lots of new content throughout the week on our YouTube and Facebook pages. New Egypt Speedway. Again, if you want to advertise or donate a couple bucks, scan that QR code or call the main office, email the office if you want to get involved with sponsorships and advertising. We are looking to grow and expand this live stream as we experiment our way throughout the 2025 season. Pete, what a night so far. That was some of the quickest 4-cylinder competition I have seen out here, especially in the mid-21 second bracket. And you heard Eric Degler in Victory Lane. He's ready to take on the Invaders in a couple weeks.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. That is 3 weeks from tonight on June 14th. Of course, next week will be Scout Night. The Street Stocks will be back with us as part of that program. Four Cylinders will get a week off. Looks like they're just packing the top groove down currently. So hopefully we will have this. This will be a quick track prep. They're just packing the outside. If you see that, they're just got the one truck out there with the big tires on it. And the water truck packing down the middle groove. That water truck has those big tires on it too. We have a rookie feature left, which will be 8 laps. There's only 3 rookies here and 1 flipped in the first one, so we believe it'll only be 2 cars. As he looks like all the equipment returning to the infield. The ambulance is back. Fire truck's already back and in there. Here comes all the equipment. So it looks like we are just about ready to go. All officials to their posts, please. All officials to their posts. All right, modified feature coming out. I take that back about the rookie feature. So this will be the modified feature event. This is how they are going to line up. 30 laps is the distance. This is how they will start. Starting on the pole from Vineland in the Mancini Custom Home number 13T, Anthony Tramontana. And lining up alongside of him in that new-looking yellow. It's a new car to him. That is Joseph Brown in the yellow car there, usually sponsored by Oliver Communications Group. Third starting spot out of Lawrenceville in the R10. It is the Flying Farmer, Wade Hendrickson in the Rio Brothers R10. And lining up alongside of him from Fairfield in the Bel Air Transport number 27, Frank Venezia. Fifth starting spot in the White House number 37. That is Brian Cool. And alongside of Cool, out of Trenton in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79, Davey Sammons. Seventh starting spot from Hamilton in the Valco Wheels number 323. That is Johnny Bangs. And alongside of him in the Dave's Equipment Sales number 3V, Dominic Buffalino. Ninth starting spot in the Comfort Experts number 26R is Corey Cormier. And lining up alongside of Cormier in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72, Jim Houseworth. 11th starting position out of Schnecksville, Pennsylvania in the Prime Design Landscape number 27, TVD, Tanner Van Doren. And lining up alongside of him out of New Gretna in the Mancini Custom Homes number 7M, Paul Mancini. 13th starting spot in the Marvel Portable Welding number 1 out of Frenchtown, the Kid's Kid, Billy Pouch Jr. And lining up alongside of Pouch Jr., our defending champion, and the winner here in our first point race of the year in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 26, the Ringo's Rocket, Ryan Godown. 15th starting spot, our winner here the last time we raced 2 weeks ago. Driving the Craig and Leslie Pondish owned CNS Equipment number 6 out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, our 2020 champion, the Dominator, Danny Buck. And lining up alongside a bucket of South Brunswick in the Norcia number 7, that is Chris Garback. Kevin Borden is in the 928. He'll start 17th. Alongside him, the 449 of Dakota Kessler. Jack Butler, the Flying Dutchman, is in the number 5. He'll start 19th out of Phillipsburg. And starting 20th in Ryan Godown's backup car, he does not make the call. That was scheduled to be DJ Hunt. John Almick also not making the call in the 38, as Almick had smoke coming out and the car sounded terrible and he pulled off. He does not make the call as well. So it looks like we have 19 cars on the track. All right, next time around will be your wave lap. This is your chance to wave to them and send them off before they do battle. Grab something white that's in sight, something green that can be seen, something blue off of you. Wave it high in the air as they can see you. They're going to wave back at you here. This is their send-off for the Mighty Modifieds as we get ready to go racing here at the New Egypt Speedway. Feature event time, 30 laps. Kevin Borden is stopped on the inside here. They are checking something on his car to make sure he is okay. We will keep the yellow out here, but that was your wave lap. $19 cars making it out. John Almick and DJ Hunt are scratches. Hunt was scheduled to drive, well, actually, Kevin Borden pulls away. John Almick with engine problems. DJ Hunt was scheduled to drive. He does not have a motor currently for his 24 after having issues in previous weeks, and was scheduled to drive Ryan Godown's backup car to get some points at the back of the field, but he never made it out tonight after warm-ups. Yes, and we are going to do another tribute to the veterans wave lap here. As you see the flags being waved, that is a Stars and Stripes checkered flag that Terry Branson brought with him tonight for the wave lap to salute all the veterans on the wave lap with that checkered flag. Very cool flag he pulled out for it. Want to thank Terry for that. All right, lights are out. We're ready to go modified racing here at New Egypt Speedway. Race fans, are you ready to feel the thunder in the pines? Because the modifieds are ready to go racing. And we're underway at the New Egypt Speedway here as they race through turns 1 and 2 and down the back for the first time. Davey Salmons got up over the cushion there, bouncing around, and he lost a couple of spots at the front. It's Anthony Tramontana. He will lead lap number 1. Tramontana led his heat race early on for about 5 of the 8 laps earlier tonight. Wade Hendrickson was a heat winner tonight. He is second now, right in the wake here of Tramontana as they come off of turn 4 and down the front. Joseph Brown third, Venezia battling with Brian Cole. It is Godown getting up on the outside there, making it 3 wide with cars in front of him. There were cars 3 wide in front of him. He waited for a lane to clear. He's up on the outside. Whoa, we got cars together back there, and it's Davey Salmons into the side of Tanner Van Doren, and they are, I don't know if they're locked together, but it sure looks like it, and that is going to bring out the yellow here. Turn 4, Tanner Van Doren in the 27, and Davey Salmons in the 79 getting together. Salmon's into the right rear quarter panel and possibly the right rear tire there. Cars trying to move up through the field. In the heat races, the two fastest cars both on the clock and coming from the back to the lead were Billy Pouch Jr. and Danny Buck. And they are.
Who came together, not hard contact. They were about 3 or 4 wide through the tri-oval and then kind of got crossed up, but thankfully no hard contact as you watch the replay. And Salmons in the 27 just got kind of locked bumpers, and thankfully everybody missed them. But clearly you can see how fast these modifieds are compared to what we saw a couple weeks ago. On this very elbows up style of racing here. We would call it spring conditions. It is spring, but this is more reminiscent of late March or early April than as we head into the summer months here with all the rain we've had and the rain tonight as well. So very different track than what they're accustomed to. Our long-timers remember tracks like this from way back in the day, but this is very intense. It's a workout, high energy. You have to be physically fit inside these cars to be able to handle manhandling these machines through the turns. Especially, you can see a couple of cars just getting so much grip out there. They're almost trying to bicycle, especially through the flatter 1 and 2, Pete.
Cars were stopped for a second while they used the record. They were stuck together. They get hooked together pretty easily now, and that took about 2 seconds, and they got them apart. Both of them able to rejoin at the rear, and they are both back there. And with those two rejoining at the rear, all 19 cars that started are out there with 3 laps complete. Anthony Tramontana, your leader, over the R10 of Wade Hendrickson. Joseph Brown in the yellow car, technically the 5J. No number, no time to get a number on it. They finished working on it about 15 minutes before they left for the Speedway today. Ryan Gould in the 37 running in the 4th spot. Frank Venezzi in the 27, and then Corey Cormier in the 26R, up 3 spots in 3 laps. Came from 9th, he's up to 6th. Then Buffalino and Bangs on the next row. Go Down is up to 9th with Danny Buck 10th. Go Down started 14th, and Danny Buck started 15th, so they have moved up. Pouch is next, so they are all right together. Here they come off of 4 racing. And we're back underway, charging through 1 and 2. Danny Buck getting up on the outside. He found a groove, and he gets by several cars back there. Go Down kind of got blocked in the middle there and loses several spots as Pouch is by him as well. Tramontana back around Hendrickson. Hendrickson had the lead going into 1. Tramontana races back around him and leads by 3 car lengths. Brian Cole 3rd. Cormier, who started 9th, now up to 4th. He picks up 2 more spots since the restart. Joseph Brown is 5th, and he's got Pouch and Danny Buck on his bumper. And Pouch and Buck suddenly have really come alive. Pouch is by Buck and Brown and into the top 5. Buck wastes no time, changes to the inside, blows by Brown into 6th. Bangs is 7th, Brown back to 8th, and then the 3V of Buffalino, who goes by Brown. And then Go Down is 10th. Pouch trying to reel in the top 4. Cormier catching Brian Gould here on the front straightaway as they head into turn number 1. 3 wide battles going on in the back of the pack there. Through the north end of the Speedway and off at turn 4, Tramontana has opened up about a 7-car length lead now over Wade Hendrickson. 37 of Brian Cole next in line, then it's Corey Cormier. Pouch and Buck, very close quarters. Buck was right on his back bumper. Both of them trying to reel those cars in front of them. Everybody at the front of the field is quite fast here. Pouch holding off Buck and closing in on Corey Cormier. Cormier caught Brian Cole, but has been unable to get the last 2 lengths on him, and Pouch is up to Cormier. Pouch down on the bottom, pulls even with Cormier. Cormier back around him and holds him off. Tramontana leading the way. His lead is about 7 car lengths as they complete lap number 11. Brian Cole still in that 3rd spot, but now it is Billy Pouch in 4th. Pouch is by Cormier and chasing down Cole. Danny Buck working on Cormier for 5th. Tramontana getting around, but now that he has pulled away from Wade Hendrickson, he has smooth sailing. There will be some lap cars, but he's several laps away from him. This will be 13 laps complete as they come by the front straightaway here. Pouch is all over Brian Cole looking for 3rd. Danny Buck dives under Cormier. Cormier holds him off. Pouch to the outside of Cole down the backstretch. Billy Pouch Jr. Oh, and Dakota Kessler sliding into the infield. He's out of the event. Pouch gets Cole off of turn number 4, and Billy Pouch is 3rd. Almost half a straightaway now for Tramontana over Wade Hendrickson as Pouch goes after Hendrickson now. Pouch has got some ground to make up. He's about 1/3 of a straightaway behind Wade. As we are halfway, the cross flags being shown to the field. 15 laps complete and 15 to go. Buck chasing after Cormier, but has been unable to get by him, so Buck still runs 6th. And there's a couple car lengths behind Cormier now. Go down slowly, moving up through the field. He is looking for 7th. He's side by side with Johnny Bangs on the backstretch. Ryan Godown sitting the car on the outside. Tramontana's lead is a half a straightaway. He gets to the middle of the backstretch. Wade Hendrickson in 2nd. His lead over the 3rd place car, which is Billy Pouch, has shrunk greatly because Pouch is within a car length. It was 1/3 of a straightaway 2 laps ago. Billy Pouch Jr. is the fastest car on the track. Anthony Tramontana working his way through 3 and 4. 19 laps complete this time. Pouch trying to find a way by Wade Hendrickson. He went to the inside. That didn't work. He'll go back to the outside. Whoa, look out. Brian Cole getting out of shape there. He collects it but loses 2 spots to Cormier and Buck. And Danny Buck gets by Cormier at the same time and into 4th. Danny Buck to 4th. 10 laps to go. 10 to go now. Pouch, who was up on Hendrickson, has lost ground on him. He is about 5 car lengths back. Right now it is all Anthony Tramontana as he's on cruise control, but lap traffic right in front of him. Slower cars in front of him, that may cause him to have to move out of his groove. Hendrickson 2nd, Pouch closing in on him again within a car length. They're a half a straightaway behind the leader, but Tramontana now with 3 lap cars in front of him. The first one is Jim Houseworth. Tramontana looking to get by Houseworth, lets him know he's there. Tries to set the car to go under him. He will squeeze under him in the fence, but can't get by. And here comes Hendrickson, who's pulled away from Pouch. He's within 3 car lengths of Tramontana. Tramontana trying to get by the lap traffic. Hendrickson is right on him. Here comes Pouch, Buck, and Cormier, and Godown. They are in a freight train behind them trying to run the top 2 down. Lap traffic a problem here now. 6 laps to go. Buck sticks a nose under Pouch in turn 2. They're about 6 car lengths behind the top 2. Tramontana with Hendrickson on his back bumper. Tramontana to the inside of Houseworth. Garback's right there. Can't find any racing room, but he's still got the lead. Danny Buck and Pouch are side by side behind the front 2. Tramontana to the outside of Chris Garback, and Houseworth has passed Garback. Garback out of shape there. Tramontana gets around him. 4 laps to go for Anthony Tramontana. Pouches by Hendrickson for second. Billy Pouch Jr. within 2 car lengths of Tramontana. It'll be 3 to go this time. Garback, his lap car is still there. Hendrickson and Buck both behind him. And go down, and Cormier. Pouch to the inside of Tramontana. He can't make it stick. Tramontana, and the yellow's out. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow lights are on with 3 laps to go as Corey Cormier, who is running in the top 5, is backwards in turn number 2.
New Egypt Speedway, are you alive in the stands tonight? How about this battle? This is a throwback to the 90s here, Pete. What a battle. How many people want to see Tramontana steal one away tonight? Are there any fans rooting for Billy Pouch Jr.? How about Danny Buck? And how about the flying farmer Wade Hendrickson holding his own tonight? You folks at home just saw the replay how Cormier got around as we were polling the crowd. And I hope you folks at home are enjoying this one too as much as we are in the stands, in the booth, behind the controls. This is an exciting modified feature, Pete. It's going to be a 3-lap shootout, and you know what that means. Single file Indian style. Who can navigate the tricky track of New Egypt tonight?
Well, officials putting them into the positions they were running in. And of course, it's the last transponder reading when they completed the last completed lap, which is 27. There'll be 3 laps to go. It'll be green and then 2 to go. Your leader is Anthony Tramontana in the 13. The 13T. Billy Pouch Jr. will restart on his back bumper in the number 1. Then it's Danny Buck, who won here last week in the 6, and now Wade Hendrickson, who is running 4th, I believe, stop in turn 2. Now he's moving again. Should be Wade Hendrickson in 4th in the R10, and then the 26 of Ryan go down. We're inside 5 to go. It should be single file. Danny Buck raced up there to the outside of Tramontana. And now Pouch to the inside of him. So it's Tramontana, Pouch, Buck, Hendrickson, and go down. 3 laps to go. Single file. Tramontana kicks the wheel, and we are green. Danny Buck looking to the outside. Pouch on the bottom of Tramontana through 1 and 2 and down the back, and Pouch to the lead. Danny Buck down on the bottom will take 2nd. Pouch and Buck 1 and 2 now. Here comes the R10 of Hendrickson the 3rd. Tanner Van Doren has moved into the top 5 as he gets by Go Down. Go Down back underneath him to return the favor. Pouch by 3 car lengths. This will be the white flag for Billy Pouch Jr. Final time around for Pouch. Down the back through the tri-oval. Through 3 and 4, Billy Pouch Jr. is going to bring it home here tonight. He is your winner of our 30-lap tribute to the Veterans feature event.
As Pete Wortman makes his way down to victory lane, we'll tell you how the cars finished. Anthony Tramontana had a left rear tire go down, and that's why he dropped all those positions, according to pit reporter Nikki Leach back there. Thank you, Nikki, for that update. Tough break for Tramontano. Of course, your winner, Billy Pouch. Second was Danny Buck. Wade Hendrickson came home third. Ryan Godown was fourth. TBD, Tanner Van Doren was fifth. Brian Cool sixth. Johnny Bang seventh. Davey Sammons, Joseph Brown, Paul Mancini, your top 10. We'll send it downstairs to Pete Wortman, who will join Billy Pouch Jr. in victory lane.
All right, moving to victory lane. Billy is out of the car. He can hear you. Let's hear it for Billy Pouch Jr. Well, we'll move in here for a quick word or two with Billy. Let him catch his breath here. There's BP3 with him. So, Billy boy, every week lately it's been a dogfight coming to the front here, and you've been fast every week. You were super fast in the heat, getting to the front in a lap and a half there. So, I mean, obviously the car feels great. Tell us a little bit about the race and the struggles coming through there early going.
All I know is I don't know who's here tonight, but you know, I want to see both Jersey tracks go. But tell your friends and family to come out to this couple of weeks here. I can promise you one thing: there's a lot of good cars, but there's three of us. It's gonna be a heck of a battle this year, and I got a lot of respect for both of them. And man, we've been spot on the past 4 weeks, man. We were always good, and we just had to get everything together, right? And once it's clicked, we've been unbelievable, man. I ain't had a car like that in about 4 years since I've been here. I mean, it was good when I won in October, but that car could pretty much go where I wanted. It was a dogfight, and I seen Anthony getting that right rear flat, and I kept pointing to him, but it's a tough, man. I wouldn't have pulled off either. The kid's going to win one. Hats off to him. Just hats off to my guys right now. I can go down the road, right? Shane, Phil, Todd, Art, Scott, Bob, Jimmy, Keith. I can see Keith with my signals. My little guy, my wife, and my daughter at home. My sister's baby shower's tomorrow, so we're going to try to win tomorrow for that. And just a shout out, you know, always interesting weeks when you make changes and you do that, but I got a lot of people behind me that stand behind me. Marvel's, Pioneer Pole Building, Redota, Shackleton, Steakhouse, Degree. I'm going to Marshall, Searock, B&G, Morgantini, Instinger. Man, this is I can't get any more car sponsors on here, and I'm just so grateful to be here and so grateful for all you. And there's more kids that were on that fan bus I promised a picture to, so send every kid you got out that was on that fan bus.
Billy, it's great to have you back here and great to see you in victory lane. You've been so close, and now you're back here.
Hopefully it's more to come. Thanks, Pete.
Let's hear it for Billy Pouch Jr. And he's going to draw the 50-50, which is worth $426. And it is a purple ticket. Get your 50-50 tickets out. It is a purple ticket. 416776. Purple ticket, 416776. Heard a couple people wheeze. I know they're not the winners. Purple ticket.
Right up in front of the tower, Pete, I believe. There's our winner, the gentleman in the black hat right in front of us. Go to the main office.
Okay, come on, Chris. I don't know if anybody can hear me. Of YouTube, I want to dedicate this to Ace Lane. I meant to do that before JJ and Tommy. It's not my style. I told Tommy today I was going to win for his dad, so this one's for Ace. It means a lot to the Lane family and the Pouches. So thank you. Dedication to Ace.
Absolutely. Ace Lane, a tradition at all the tracks. And Billy Pouch Jr. always a class act and dedicating it to Ace Lane, so. Let's hear it one more time for Billy Pouch Jr. Third on our all-time win list. When I get up top, I'll tell you which win number it is for him.
As you're doing that, we'll start to read off the Sportsman feature lineup, Pete. By the way, 1,000 people watching right now at home all over the country and Canada. Thank you from Florida to Canada for tuning in. Sportsman cars are lined up in 3 and 4. This is the way they'll go to the green flag. On the pole, out of Hellertown in the 89, it's Mike Toth. On his outside in car number S2, John Scarpati. Inside of row number 2 from Washington, in the number 17, that's Dan Fleming. On his outside, he had a great run in the heat race out of Neptune in the 51, Ryan Marr. George Garris Jr. in the 92 Junior will start 5th. On his outside, Ryan Hyman out of Parkertown in the 18. David Malosar from Southampton will start 7th in 32C. Ethan Bill will start from 8th in the 14 out of Pilesgrove. Matty Ellery will go from 9th in the 29. Car number 41. Out of Jacksonville, New Jersey, that's Nick Van Wickle. He'll start 10th. Row number 6 on the inside, Steve Davis. And his outside, Ryan Simmons, a pair of drivers from Cream Ridge. In the 04 from Bedminster, that's Mikey Butler. He'll start 13th. On his outside, Pat Wall, also from Cream Ridge, will start 14th in the 5W. 15th, the Invader from Laurel, Delaware. In the 69, that's James Hill. And on his outside, from right here in New Egypt in the 88, that's Glenn McIntyre. Dylan Morris will start 17th out of Cookstown in the 34, followed by Jason Nappy on his outside from Howell in the 55. Lexi Wilson will start on the inside of row number 10 from Southampton in the 1W. And on her outside, last year's rookie champion from Beechwood in the 43, that's Stephen Puglisi. Hunter Ploski will start 21st from Ringos in the 27. Cale Van Noort from Vernon will start 22nd in the 29J. Then we have Tommy Klimkowski from New Egypt in the 13. He'll start 23rd. Tia Amick will start 24th from Highland Oaks in the 38. Chris Bergstrom will go from 25th in the number 3. He's out of Southampton. Aiden Spencer, your rookie feature winner, will start 26th in the 921. And Mark Bem out of Albertus, Pennsylvania, will start shotgun in the 715. Pete, the Sportsmen have a tough act to follow after that thrilling modified feature.
Yeah, just another thriller to add to the list, boy. This year has been some great racing here. And that one goes right in there with the last time when Danny Buck won. Tough break for Anthony Tramontana, who had a right rear tire going down on that last restart. That's what Danny Buck and Billy Pausch Jr. were trying to tell him, and as Billy said in Victory Lane, if I was him, I wouldn't have pulled off either. Tramontana was looking for his first career modified win, and he is very close, and it is going to come sooner or later. All right, wave lap next time by. He'll wave to him. This is our final feature event of the night. This will be 25 laps. Mike Toth and John Scarpati on the front row. Dan Fleming and heat winner Ryan Marr, our 2023 rookie champion, on that second row. George Garris Jr. and Ryan Heim on the third row. David Malozar and Ethan Bill on row number 4. Row number 5 is Matt Ellery and Nick Van Wickle. Steve Davis and Ryan Simmons are on row 6. Mike Butler and Pat Wall on row 7. James Hill and Glenn McIntyre on row 8. Dylan Morris and Joe Nappy. Then Lexi Wilson, Stephen Puglisi, Hunter Ploski, Cale Van Noort, Tom Klinkowski, Therese Almick, and Aiden Spencer is out there. Mark Beam is out there. All right, green is out. Into 3 and 4 for the first attempt. So Herbati getting up a little high. Marr trying to take second as they chase after Mike Toth down the front. Ryan Heim fourth. Fleming battling with Garris for fifth. A lot of cars close to them behind them. They work through 1 and 2 and down the back. Marr getting by Scarpati, now challenging Mike Toth. Third is now Ryan Heim. Here comes Marr on the bottom, and Ryan Marr moving by for the lead. Ryan Marr charging by on the inside into the lead, and he will lead lap. He is the leader on lap 3 going down the backstretch. Heim on Mike Toth's back bumper. Then it's Scarpati fourth. A battle for fifth. Dan Fleming is one of them, and George Garrett. They continue to run. Actually, that is not Fleming. That is Ethan Bill, and the yellow lights are on. We got a little T-bone action down there, medium rare in turn number 4. Got 2 cars together. Track crew will put them in, or the officials will put them into position here on the one-way radio while they pace. They get told to go single file. 2 cars involved, and now they're coming around. Hunter Pulaski is one of them in the 27. He was the car into the side. Joe Nappy in the 55 was the car sideways. Very light contact there. Both cars coming around to rejoin.
Watching the replay, it looks like they just went for that same piece of real estate entering turn 3, but you were right, not hard contact. Both cars able to restart. In that same turn, Mikey Butler made a big charge, put that nose 3 wide, trying to get around McIntyre. And I think Pat Wall back there. That was exciting, but the caution came right out. I was going to see what Mikey Butler would be able to do if he had made that move stick. But right behind them, the couple of cars behind them just got tangled up. Once again, Pete, the track extremely fast. It seems like it's getting faster throughout the night. And Ryan Marr had a fast car in the heat race. If he can get a green flag run here, he might be able to see what he can do and put this one away, because that car was so strong in the heat race, and that was just 8 laps.
All right, field forming up 2 by 2 now that they've gotten their positions from the tower. When you're running that close and in a big pack early in the race like that, there's a lot of cars side by side when the yellow comes out, and cars passing after they cross the line. And remember, it always reverts back to the last completed lap and where you were when you crossed the start-finish line at the completion of that lap. And, of course, the transponders, we have the A and B transponders here, which, you know, are good to a pencil's width at 160 miles an hour, so same ones used by pretty much every racing group in the world now. All right, Ryan Marr, your leader. Mike Toth in the 89 runs second. Marr, of course, in that 51. Ryan Heim in the 18, the winner of our first race, is in the 18. Then it's John Scarpati in the S2. Ethan Bill in the 14 runs in 5th. George Garris is 6th. David Malozar runs 7th in the 32C. And then it's Matt Ellery in the 29, and we are green and back to racing. Van Wickle and Fleming rounded out the top 10. James Hill on the outside in his first time here. He is right near the back of the top 10 there. Ran out of some room up on the high side at turn 2 and lost the spots he had gained. He is not afraid of that outside, though, as he works it again through 3 and 4. At the front, Marr by 4 car lengths over Ryan Heim. Heim taking over second from Toth. Ethan Bill goes by a couple of cars, and in the third, now Garris is working on Toth in turn 3. And Garris will sneak by, and he's now 4th. Here comes Matt Ellery in the 5th. Ellery on the move. Whoa, couple cars almost getting together. Ellery getting out of shape, but he corrects it. Nobody got into him, and he'll only lose 1 or 2 spots. Actually, I think he held off one of them. The top 3 have pulled away now to a half a straightaway over the rest of the field. Garris leading the rest of them in 4th. So it's Marr, Heim, and Ethan Bill as they pull away. Mike Butler slow on the front straightaway, and he's going to stop. Yellow lights are on. Yellow is out for Mike Butler in the 0-4 here on the front straightaway. He stops on the inside of the front straightaway, just shy of the victory lane area. Well, the rest of the cars will catch up to the top 3. Ryan Marr in the 51, Ryan Heim in the 18. Whoa, and Marr is going to the pits. The leader has pulled out. He had never won a feature here. Was leading pretty handily, and he makes the right turn and goes to the pits here under yellow. So Ryan Heim will inherit the lead in the 18. Heim was the winner. We've only run 2 crate races this year. And Ryan Heim won the first one, which was a non-point event on May 29th. Heartbreak, tough break for Neptune, New Jersey's Ryan Marr. Pat Wall was the winner of the second event of the season. So Heim is the new leader. Ethan Bill, who has been fast, is up to second now. George Garris Jr. running third. Matt Ellery is 4th in the 29. David Malozar runs 5th in the 32C. Currently 6th is the 41 of Nick Van Wickle. The 89 of Mike Toth runs 7th. Steve Davis is, I believe, is 8th in the 72. James Hill in the 69 from Delaware is 9th. And Ryan Simmons is 10th, I believe. I'm reading them off the track, mind you. All right, lights are out. We're going green next time by. 7 down, 18 to go. Ryan Heim. He finished 11th in our first point race, but he was the winner of our only non-point race, and he will bring him back to green. Ethan Bill right alongside of him, drag race into one. Bill on the outside, he'll get a good bite, and he's got the lead as he drives by Ryan Heim. Matt Ellery is now 3rd, then Garris trying to hold off both Davis and Van Wickle. And he holds them both off. Van Wickle right behind him. Davis down on the bottom, got a run off of 4 after he fell back a little bit and holds on to his spot. Malozar next, then Toth and Pat Wall with Simmons. Ellery trying to run down the top 2. Ethan Bill has led since the restart. He's led for 2 laps now. He's got a 3-car length lead over Ryan Heim. Ellery is staying with them, but losing a little ground each lap, although he's got about 5 car lengths over Garris in 4th. Davis getting by Van Wickle and Malozar. He's into 5th now. Then it's Van Wickle, Malozar, and Mike Toth. Pat Wall and Simmons is 10th. Mike Butler is back up to 11th with James Hill right there. Good racing all back through the field. Ethan Bill continues the lead, but Ryan Heim has stayed right with him. There's about 2 car lengths separating the 2. Tia Amick will pull off in the 38 on the front stretch. She pulls into the infield. 12 laps complete. They'll get halfway next time by. Whoa, and then Bill opens up his first bigger lead as Heim got a little out of shape and had to get out of the throttle. He's back in it now, but he's about 6 car lengths back of Ethan Bill, making about 8. And he may have a problem as Ellery is starting to reel him in. Garris and Davis, the top 5. Van Wickle, Malozar, Pat Walls up to 8th, then Mike Toth and Ryan Simmons, James Hill 11th. And then it is Mike Butler and Dan Fleming side by side for 12th. Well, it's Simmons and Mike Toth making contact there. Butler gets by Toth. James Hill is by both of them and pulled away from both of them. Mike Butler trying to get by Simmons. Simmons bouncing around on the outside. Simmons may have a handling issue as well. Ethan Bill has a comfortable lead right now as they complete lap 16. 9 laps to go. Ryan Heim is a distant second and has Matt Ellery right on his bumper and trying to hold on to the spot. Garris, Davis, Van Wickle 6th. And we have a yellow. We have a car backwards in turn number 4. And I don't think it's McIntyre. It could be. And it is Glenn McIntyre. I thought it said 88 on the side, but it was hard to see. It was in one of those spots where it's a little bit dim from my angle. So the yellow lights slow everything with 9 laps remaining of this 25-lap feature. Ethan Bill is your leader. Ryan Heim running second. He was a distant second. He had fallen way back, but he was holding off Matt Ellery. I don't believe Ethan Bill has won here before. And I'm going to check that right now just to make sure he didn't win like a midweek show or something. This is only in his 2nd race as a regular here. And he has not. He has not won a feature here before. So Ethan Bill looking for his first career win at New Egypt.
Be a double foul restart. If we were just doing 20, this would be a single file, but now we're going to have the whole front of the field side by side on tricky conditions here. Momentum, handling, and a lot of luck will decide this feature win.
You got to keep your eye on like that 3rd and 4th row back there because a lot of times guys make big moves here on these double file restarts. Ethan Bill has lane choice, which is the leader's choice. He can pick outside or inside on these double file restarts, and he is going outside. He is giving Ryan Heim the inside. If you remember, that's how he got the lead. He was on the outside of Ryan Heim, and they drag race into 1 and 2, and then he had the momentum, and he just drove off. Heim stayed right with him for numerous laps, for 4 or 5 laps, staying just about 2 to 3 car lengths behind him, and then all of a sudden, I thought he lost a little momentum, but I didn't see him get out of shape, and then he just started fading and fading and fading. So that told me that something might be wrong. But by the time Ellery caught him, Ellery ran right behind him but couldn't get by him. So I don't know if Heim was able to pick it up or if he just lost something that just caused him to lose that extra speed he had. Well, we're going to see if he's got anything for him now. He's got a second chance here, so 9 to go. Here they come. Bill is the leader. He kicks the wheel first on the outside, and we're back to green. Bill off the outside. Here comes Garris. Oh, and Garris gets around, and the field gets by him. Well, Garris charged through on the inside and got to second. And then he gets around in turn number 2. He had a lot of momentum down there in the bottom. He came flying through there, and I think the car just got out from under him. Officials are looking at the replay. Garris up against the inside guardrail there. And Garris now back underway and will come around to the back of the field. And it looks like Garris is going to head to the pit area. When you watch the replay, he came charging through on the inside there, kind of got into the car next to him. They rubbed, and then he got around, and then a bunch of cars had no place to go, and he ended up facing the wrong way on a one-way street there. Fortunately, he was down low on the track, and the entire field, that could have been like 8-10 cars involved, and it turned out to be just one. And if you're watching on YouTube TV, there's the replay right there. He got into the car on the outside, which got him sideways. And one of the cars, where he was right in front of another car that was trying to get around there. Some different angles here on YouTube if you're watching at home. Ethan Bill is your leader. Still 9 to go. I want to thank you for tuning in on YouTube. If you've tuned in, make sure you hit that subscribe button. You can find our channel a lot easier that way if you're subscribed. And you can check out any of our content all through the week. All right, 2x2. Up to Ethan Bill on the outside of the front row. He picked that outside lane again, and he fires off, and we are green. And it is Bill off the outside, grabbing the lead, opening up about 3 car lengths over Ryan Heim. Ellery third, Davis on the outside, Malozar on the inside there, battling for 4th. Pat Wall slowly picking cars off. He's almost into the top 6, and the yellow's out for a spin by Dylan Morris in almost the same spot as George Garris, although Morris was at the back of the half of the field. And that will slow the cars again before they got the lap in. So we still at 16. All right, with 2 wrecks in the same, or 2 yellows, 2 caution flags in the same lap. We still haven't gotten a lap in. We are going to go single file until we get a lap in. Once we get a lap in, then we would be able to go back to double file on the following restart, although we are only 4 laps from being single file anyway. This has been a good rule instituted by several tracks, and including some of the series, including the Short Track Super Series. Which, reminder, Short Track Super Series, both the Modifieds and the Crate Sportsman South region will be here for point races on Tuesday, June 24th. So be sure and plan to be here. Now, their series races are streamed differently. So that, of course, will not be on YouTube. That is a series race, and they take over the Speedway when they come in. I believe the Short Track Super Series is still on Flow. But plan to come on out if you've never been here, or even if you have been here. That is a great show with the Short Track Super Series. There's some great races over the years. Both the Modifieds and the Crates here that night, and both are Short Track Super Series point races. And we believe we have some debris over there, and they are, the wrecker out there looking for it. And we'll pick it up. Cars being told to stay low on the track under the wrecker there. Now, this has been a good race so far. We had a little trouble getting this lap in. We've had 2 tries at it now, so we are single file. Ethan Bill is your leader, looking for his first career win here at New Egypt in just his 2nd race of becoming a regular here. Bill finished 7th in his first one in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 14. Ryan Heim runs 2nd. He won the race, the non-point race with the Super Dirt Series on March 29th. Matt Ellery has 1 career win here. He runs in the 3rd spot. Steve Davis running in 4th. He was 4th. He was 2nd in points last year. He was 4th on the first point race this year. Davis with 5 career wins, his last one coming last September. All right, here they come. And we are back underway as they charge through 1 and 2. It is Ethan Bill by 5 car lengths over Heim. Ellery challenging Heim there, then Davis and Van Wickle. Belozar looks to the outside. James Hill up on the outside back there as well behind the 5W of Pat Wall. Hill has used that outside groove to pick up some spots and work his way up. He is running in the 8th spot. Ryan Simmons 9th, Mike Butler 10th. At the front, it's all Ethan Bill, almost a half a straightaway out in front in just 2 laps since the restart. Ryan Heim continues to hold off Matt Ellery. Van Wickle stuck a nose under Steve Davis. Pat Wall is right behind Van Wickle in 6th now, and here comes Ellery, and Ellery's finally got 2nd. Ellery getting 2nd from Ryan Heim. He stuck a nose under there, now makes the pass. Oh, and Heim is broke. Ryan Heim pulled up and stalled out. He's coasting for the gate. And I believe he's going to make it. As Ethan Bill leads Matt Ellery, Davis is now 3rd with Van Wickle and Pat Wall. James Hill is 6th in his first start. He continues to move up. He got by Malozar, who is 7th. Ryan Simmons 8th, Mike Butler 9th, and Mike Toth is back in the 10th spot in the 89. We're inside 5 to go. We've had 4 laps to go now. Ethan Bill coming up on some back markers, and he is more than half a straightaway ahead of Ellery as we completes lap 22. 3/4 of a straightaway lead with 3 laps to go. The lap car of Cale Van Noort in front of Ethan Bill. Bill will swing to the outside of him, and we'll get by him going into turn 3 and completely passes him by turn 4. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Down the back into turn 3. It is all Ethan Bill. Pat Wall is on Van Wickle trying to get 4th. Davis solidly in 3rd. Here's the white flag out on the field. Final time around for Ethan Bill out of Piles Grove Township, New Jersey. Bill will bring it into turn number 3. Another lap car he catches, but he won't have to pass him. He can just follow him to the line. Checkered flag. Ethan Bill puts his name in the record books at New Egypt with his first career win. 2nd is Matt Ellery, followed by Steve Davis, Nick Van Wickle, and Pat Wall in the 5W. James Hill in the 69 gets 6th in his first start here in the 69. David Malozar was 7th, and I believe behind him was Ryan Simmons and Mike Butler and Mike Toth, but do not quote me. Well, I'll look at the board here. No, Butler got by Simmons for 8th. Then it was Simmons 9th and Mike Toth was 10th. Scarpati was 11th. So Ethan Bill headed to the scale. And Jim, this is sure to be an excited Ethan Bill in victory lane as he cracks victory lane. I can't believe he did it so quick. I wonder if he can believe he did it this quickly as becoming a regular. And that looks like the other car in the stable of Wade Hendrickson, the 51M, the car he usually races here. That looks like a new car out there, so don't know the backstory, but I think they believe he has to get some hot laps at the end of the night and was sitting in the staging lane, so we're going to let him get a couple of laps before we do victory lane here.
All right, so we await Ethan Bill in victory lane. No surprise that he was the 2024 champion down at Bridgeport, making his home at the New Egypt Speedway this year, and finding victory lane is only his second regular start. Izzy Trucking and Rigging Incorporated, Gen X, All Country, Advanced Tile Creations, Hoffman Discount Parts, Ingram Racing Engines, a champion last year in South Jersey, and now a feature champion at New Egypt in Central Jersey tonight. Folks, a big New Egypt Speedway round of applause for Ethan Bill. Does the roof dance? Come on down here, Ethan. Congratulations. Hard-fought run out there. Smoked the field. Track champion at Bridgeport in 2024. First of all, why'd you make New Egypt your home in 2025? And second, it didn't take very long to find victory lane.
No, definitely. I shocked myself with that one, but ever since we came here for the special show races last year and the year before, I always loved it. Just, you got to drive the track. It changes so much, and just even with that race, once I got to second there on the outside of Ryan and tried that deep slider into one, it was pretty good. And then I guess that last restart that we had right before the yellow, I tried the middle, and I got through there pretty smoothly, so I just stuck with that for the rest of the race.
Ryan Marr, tough break for the 51, fast in the heat, fast in the feature. Do you think you had anything for that 51 before he broke?
Honestly, I'm shocked that I'm even standing here. My dad gave me a really good car. Billy Pass Jr. helped me out a lot because he's got a thing for this place. So everybody that gets me to where I am, I can't thank him enough.
Well, we've had all the rainouts. You have a feature win here. Going to try to make it 2 championships in a row at 2 different tracks?
We're going to try.
Good job.
Thank you.
One more time, Ethan Bill winning the Crate Sportsman feature. And for our final thoughts, we'll send it back upstairs to Pete.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim, and hopefully everybody here enjoyed what was an exciting night of racing here after Mother Nature threw us another curveball, but it was a quick one, and we were able to overcome that tonight. Folks, if you're watching on YouTube, we invite you to check out we have a Venmo QR code up on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. That is an optional donation, a way to make a donation if you would like to. That is what helps keep this live stream free. It is not mandatory at all. We're not, shaking you down for money, but if you care to make a donation, all the money goes back to the live stream, and we're trying to make it even better, get banners up on the live stream, get more camera angles going forward, get better equipment. It's a good stream right now. We got a lot of great things going on, but we're always trying to make it better for you fans. This is a new thing, and us keeping it free for you is very important to us. And we want you to hit that subscribe button. And if you care to make a donation, you can of any dollar amount. It does not matter. And it doesn't matter if you don't want to. We want you to watch and subscribe and make sure you are part of our New Egypt family here on our New Egypt channel, New Egypt Speedway channel on YouTube. So we want to let you know, we want to thank everybody for coming out. If you're watching in person, please drive safe on your way home. If you are watching online, we thank you for tuning in. Remember, we are live here every Saturday night on New Egypt Speedway's channel on YouTube. And we wish everybody to have a good week, and we'll see you back next week on Scout Night here at New Egypt Speedway. Remember, the Short Track Super Series will be here coming up on Tuesday, June 24th. So tune in every Saturday. Tune in during the week and check out all our content that gets made and gets put up. We will have more interviews, more extensive interviews by Nick Leach in the pit area that will be posted up on the YouTube channel during the week. And we will have all our highlight videos and, of course, the full race night video as well to watch. Have your friends tune in, watch it, and hit subscribe if they have not had a chance to tune in to it live and let them know how good of a feature it was. For all of the officials here at the New Egypt Speedway, including my partner Jim Murdoch and Nick Leach, myself, I'm Pistol Pete Wertman. Along with promoter Chris Moore, we thank you for coming out and watching tonight, and we'll see you again here next Saturday night at New Egypt Speedway, Thunder in the Pines here in central New Jersey.